Right over here? You sit next to me?
Oh, you sitting over there?
Yeah.
I'm staying.
You gonna hide, try to hide.
Hell, be in the front.
Yeah, they're going to the, they just went to closed session for the, whatchamacallit. So. They'll be there, they'll hopefully get started at a reasonable time.
Okay, thanks. I appreciate it.
How you doing?
Anytime, I like you.
I'm sure I appreciate
Busy time.
it. It is, indeed.
I think I got the wrong agenda.
Yeah, they have the other one.
There's another one.
So it ain't much competition. Uh-oh. Let's go.
This meeting will reconvene in open session. Mr. Wark, will you provide a motion for certification?
Yes, ma'am. Madam Chair, whereas the Fort Pickett Local Redevelopment Authority of Nottoway County, Virginia has convened an executive meeting on this date pursuant to an affirmative recorded vote and in accordance with the provisions of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act, and whereas 2.2-3712D of the Code of Virginia requires a certification by this local redevelopment authority that such executive meeting was conducted in conformity with Virginia law. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fort Pickett Local Redevelopment Authority of Nottoway County, Virginia hereby certifies that to the best of each member's knowledge, one, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements by Virginia law were discussed, and in the executive meeting to which this certification resolution applies, and two, only such public business matters were identified in the motion convening the executive meeting were heard, discussed, or considered by the local redevelopment authority, and three, no action was taken in the executive meeting regarding the items discussed.
Now we have a motion for certification. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Constant, will you roll call the board?
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Rourke, do you so certify?
Aye.
Mr. Bowen, do you so certify?
Aye.
Ms. Simmons, do you so certify?
Aye.
Mr. Vaughn, do you so certify?
Yes.
And Madam Chairman, do you so certify?
Aye.
It's 5-0, ma'am. All parties certifying.
Okay. All right, now do we have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
This meeting is adjourned.
3 minutes.
Yeah, I'll take it. No problem. No, second. No, that's all right.
Because it's not there. It's not covered.
What are you looking to do?
Well, I guess we listen for the public, so
Good evening. This meeting of the Nottoway County Board of Supervisors will now come to order. Mr. Bowen, will you provide an invocation for us?
Madam Chair, I see that we do have a reverend here, and when I can't think of people's name, I call him Bubba. I ain't calling no preacher Bubba. So, Mr. Hogue, Reverend Hogue, thank you. I couldn't think of it. Reverend Hogue, I'll yield to the preacher. It always goes up a little further, a whole lot further.
I'm sure it does.
You're so kind, preacher. You're so kind.
Thank you for the, let us pray. Father, we thank you for this time together that we can meet and discuss the concerns of this community. Father, I pray that as we do that tonight, as we do many nights, that you would be here among us to give us the words to say, the wisdom to come to right answers and solutions, the patience to deal with each other. And Lord, you know sometimes we're just hard to get along with, so we pray that you would help us to get along with everybody, and that we would agree, and where we can't agree, be agreeable. Father, thank you for now this meeting. Thank you for those who serve. And I pray your blessing on them as they serve this community. Just an honor to be in their presence and to give you thanks for them. So, Lord, as we meet tonight, we give you praise for allowing us to be here and to work on your behalf. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Amen. Amen.
Thank you. You stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Are there any amendments to tonight's agenda?
No, ma'am.
Well, Madam Chair, there might be two things that we may need to consider. In unfinished business, just prior to the meeting, I was sent some information about some solar and a motion that this board had made that we may need to consider. So if we could, under I, at 5 for solar consideration.
Okay.
And then in closed session, I noticed that there may not be anything about, well, I believe something may come up tonight in public comment in reference to some action that was taken. This board may need to discuss, and I'd like to, whether this board needs to discuss it in closed session or publicly. I'm just saying we may want to add this to the closed session.
I think, Madam Chair, I think what he's talking about is, we're going to listen to the public shortly, but it's some action that we may have taken in closed session before. Well, we didn't take action in closed session, we came in open, but it may involve personnel, which is county employees. So I guess we gotta, let's listen first, but can we leave that option open, is what he's asking.
It's been, the information has been made public through a FOIA. So I don't know if we can discuss it in closed session.
Right, that's right.
So we may need the option either there or at some point to maybe make a response to this.
Madam Chairman, I'll direct the option to council. Certainly, you can enter closed session to discuss county employee regarding promotion, demotion, actions taken against that employee, complaints from that employee, things like that. Absolutely. Even if the public might know something about it, closed session doesn't require the public know nothing about it in order to go to closed session. This is unlike the exception for under FOIA, for example, like economic development. Once everybody knows about it, you can't go in and talk about the specific project that's being proposed because everybody knows about it. You can go in and talk about your personnel and what actions you believe the county ought to take or not take about that employee, no matter what the public knows.
closed session required or optional?
It's a discretionary matter at all times by the board.
All right, and Madam Chair, I guess just for clarification, the person in question is not a county employee, but they may be subject to the county's disciplinary.
Madam Chairman, if I may, Mr. McRoberts, if they add the item and they decide that they don't need to talk about it,
Oh, absolutely.
no problem?
You can add it now, and then later on, you can just delete it from the motion.
Okay. Can you draft up the language that we need to add on? But generally, it's going to be personnel.
Okay, all right.
All right, so the amendment is going to be, we'll be amending the motion to enter closed session to incorporate the possible discussion of personnel.
I think it's two items. The addition of I-5 for solar. and the-
Okay, I've got that one.
and the
I'm
addi-
talking about the one we're
Yeah,
talking
and
about
the
now.
addition of the.
Amend the motion for closed
personnel.
session.
For personnel. And we can get the specific language worked in before the motion is made to go into closed session.
All right, so we'll be looking for a motion tonight to approve the agenda with two amendments introduced by Mr. Rourke, adding solar under unfinished business and amending the motion for closed session to incorporate provision for discussion of personnel. Is that-
So moved, Madam Chair.
Second?
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes, and the agenda is approved as presented with the amendments, as noted. We have in our package minutes from the regular monthly meeting of August 25th, 2022. Any corrections to the minutes?
No, ma'am.
Move that we receive and adopt.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second?
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. The minutes are approved as presented and stand adopted. All right, we're going to move on to delegations from the public. We welcome everyone tonight, and each speaker will be provided up to a maximum of 5 minutes at the podium. A reminder, this is your opportunity to speak, but not the time to engage the board. Sonny Abbott.
Madam Chair, members of the board,
Good evening.
Good evening.
did the board miss my asking questions in August? My absence gave an extra month to develop replies. However, not one answer was given. Please, don't presume that your lack of responses to questions will make me stop. It won't. The board and the county administrator have entered a new level of involvement. If the personnel policy is to be used in any way, shouldn't it be enforced in total? A focus on the entire policy and not just a part that is felt fits a particular situation you choose to enforce. Let me direct your attention to section 7.9 B1 of the Nottoway Personnel Policy. It states in part, and I quote, "An immediate suspension shall be warranted when there is a criminal prosecution or official investigation involving alleged criminal violations." If I recall, alleged means the possibility of, correct? Isn't it true that the electoral board secretary and other citizens outlined issues at the State Board of Elections this past April and requested help? The State Board requested the Attorney General investigate the Nottoway Electoral Board and, in my opinion, not the whistleblowers. The Attorney General's office suspended their investigation because the state was investigating the Nottoway Electoral Board. Asking the Commonwealth's attorney if there are investigations of any type yields a polite and respectful can't say. Let me continue. Who performs the official investigations required by the personnel policy? Is the correct answer federal, state, or local government law enforcement agencies? I attended the most recent electoral board meeting and learned that the Board of Supervisors and the county administrator authored a letter using the personnel policy to administer a penalty to the secretary of the electoral board. Now, if you are going to say that this is a personnel issue and is only discussed in private or closed session, please help me understand why that letter was in part read aloud at that meeting. Just a few more questions. When did the county take ownership control of the Burkeville Elementary School? On what date did the school, or the Nottoway School Board, or the superintendent declare it surplus? Was there a public vote by the board on that letter? If so, on what date and at what meeting? Was it investigated as stated in the personnel policy manual? Was the letter leaked to the public, newspaper, or requested through FOIA? Finally, why wasn't 7.9B1 enforced in April up until now? Limited and selective enforcement is the subject of serious concern. Will voters wonder why there are policies, procedures, and ordinances not being enforced, and why a citizen's questions are simply dismissed? Thanks for listening.
Thank you.
Robert E. Hawthorne, Jr.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Ellen, Sherman, Lynn, Ted, and the Bubbas.
You gonna bring that up?
I'm still Robert, Lunenburg resident, a Blackstone attorney, and Nottoway homeowner, and therefore a taxpayer in this fair jurisdiction. I'm not gonna take 5 minutes. I'm not gonna ask any questions like, probing questions like Sonny. But I'm just here just to, as a gentle prod and reminder that back in May, the board talked about solar a lot, like we've done at a lot of our meetings. What came out of that meeting at the 3-hour and 45-minute mark was a 3-2 vote to consider a spot amendment to the comprehensive plan regarding solar, so that the board could then take up its, a vote on the new solar ordinance that county council and you all and advisors have worked so long and hard to come up with. That vote on the spot amendment was supposed to occur within 60 days, y'all may recall. In June, and I think it was around the 1-hour and 13-minute mark, Greg reported that the spot amendment language had been crafted along with a site plan for likely solar development if the county chooses to do that. And that it had been presented, I think, to the Comprehensive Plan Subcommittee, and they decided to table it. But I don't think that impacts what you all had agreed to do. And so I'm just bringing it back to the board's attention and asking maybe perhaps with the unfinished business, it's time, or it's past time, to consider that spot amendment language that was contemplated back in May to be done within 60 days. And obviously it's been more than 60. And I just wanted to remind that things seem to have stalled out, and I'm just trying to gently get them moving along again, if we may. Obviously, if the county approves this spot language drafted by the administration, it's not going to commit the county to anything. But it does allow us to advance the ball a little bit further down the road, get us to the point where we have a strong solar ordinance. Right now, we have nothing. We repealed what we had. We have nothing now. The developers so far, the ones I represent, ones that I interact with, landowners, they're all patient and waiting on the county to put itself in a position just to consider projects. But until then, developers can't even promote or protect or defend their projects until we have a solar ordinance that everyone wants to play under. Right now, you have nothing. Not all developers may be as patient. And as we all know, the solar game is one that has the grid filling up fast. If we wait too long, we've seen the money that's flowing to other jurisdictions, the tax relief that they're encountering, the capital improvement projects they're able to do, the pet projects that they're able to fund, the county resources and services that they're able to upgrade, salaries for county employees. I mean, we're seeing all this in other jurisdictions. So I'm just asking Nottoway to please consider getting us in the game so that we can move some of these potential projects along and consider them on their merits. But we can't do that until we follow through with the plan that this August body laid out back in May. And I'm just hoping that we can pick back up where we left off. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Donna Perkinson.
Good evening, Madam Chair and board members.
Good
Good
evening.
evening.
I'm Donna Perkinson, and I'm speaking on behalf of my mother, Nancy Wallace. We have a serious dog issue in the town of Blackstone and Nottoway County, and it seems that ordinances and regulations relative to this matter are not being adhered to by pet owners, nor are they able to be enforced properly. Within a 6-month period, there have been 3 attacks by pit bulls on just our family. A pit bull from Pickett Court attacked my mom's dog during the month of April on 2 different occasions, while she was confined to her own property by an underground fence at 23 Ridge Road. On September 2nd, my mother herself was attacked by a pit bull on the East Broad while walking on a public street. In speaking with the town manager of Blackstone, he has advised he wants to enforce the year-round dog confinement and dangerous dog ordinance, but in order to do so, he needs authorization from the county to have access to the dog shelter. He said that he has someone for the job and a truck to put him in, all at the town's expense, but the county won't allow him access to the shelter, so he has nowhere to take the dogs. Why is that the case? It's also my understanding from the county's dog warden herself that the county doesn't pick up dangerous dogs. So do you think the answer is to let them keep running at large until someone gets injured more seriously? With the proposed building of a new animal shelter, will there be a space for dangerous dogs? What happens once the shelter is full, like it is now? My mother pays taxes to the town and to the county, but is afforded little to no protection from a safety standpoint when it comes to dog confinement. The other issue comes after the attacks. Who's going to pay the medical bills? The regulations state that the pet owner of the dangerous dog is the one who is responsible. Who's going to enforce the regulations pertaining to the dog owner bearing the cost for these medical bills? Nottoway County has irresponsible pet owners that either clearly don't know the ordinances or regulations or choose not to comply. This could be because the consequences of their actions are not being enforced properly. What does the county plan to do to afford their citizens the safety that they deserve? I want to extend a thank you to the Blackstone police officers and Nottoway Emergency Squad for their prompt attention and expertise with the handling of the dog bite that my mother received on September the 2nd. Without them, the outcome would have been way more serious than it already was. I've got a packet here for your review where I've put all of the ordinances, the regulations, all the information about the dog bite and stuff in here. I respectfully ask you two, within your capacity, to do what is necessary to protect the citizens of Nottoway County. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, bring,
You just bring them up here.
is Nancy doing okay, Don?
Yes, she's doing okay. She's still healing, and she's getting rabies shots.
Okay.
At first, when the dog bit her, they didn't know if it had rabies or not. It's my understanding that something was provided. We're still not sure if it's that particular dog.
Right.
So the doctors have advised her to proceed with getting rabies shots.
Okay.
And she gets relaxed and tomorrow.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Perkins.
Allison Cruz.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Allison Cruz, and I live in Amelia County, but I'm here tonight on behalf of the Piedmont Soil and Water Conservation District. I serve as an elected director from Amelia County, and I'm here tonight we, the board of the district, would like to request the board of Nottoway to ask VDOT to please remark the streams on 307. That road does pass through Amelia, Nottoway, and Prince Edward. A bulk of the road is in Nottoway, and the three bridges that were there were previously marked. Sailors Creek still has one sign standing, Flat Creek and Little Creek. And just as a matter of public safety, I travel the road a lot, and the other day there was a tree down, and so nobody, if the bridge had been marked, people could have used that when they called the emergency services and things like that. There's not a lot of room for error on that road, so just looking for all the ways we can make it safe, on top of educating everybody about our waterways as they all feed into the Chesapeake Bay, and that's what we're about, is water quality. So just wanted to share that with you and make that request. Thank you.
Thank you.
Point of clarification, Madam Chair. So you're saying just the sign that says this is Flat Creek?
Yes, sir.
Oh, so
Yes,
what,
sir.
did
And
somebody take it, did VDOT take it down?
No, sir. Between erosion and road
Oh.
repairs and guardrail repairs, they've literally fallen to the wayside,
Wow.
and just
Okay.
haven't come back. And so I know not all streams have to be marked, but as a
Yeah. I
such
get
a
it.
major artery in our area, that would be a nice opportunity for education and safety.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Sue Yates.
My name is Sue Yates, and I come here tonight as a citizen of Nottoway County. Sometimes when I stand up here, I don't know where to start because there are so many issues to address. I have to choose what is most important to address in the short 5 minutes you give us all. I have sat back for over 6 months just watching and hoping that having a new administrator would help. To all of you up there, your number one job for the citizens of Nottoway County is to look out for the safety and welfare of the citizens. This would encompass their physical safety and their financial safety. You should be striving to bring unity to this community when it is needed. All but 1.5 of you are failing at every corner. We, the citizens, want you to succeed, but you're not. Director Bowen continues to be the gift that keeps on giving. You're like the Energizer Bunny. You just don't seem to be able to turn it off. Director Bowen, you continue to go on your insulting rants month after month. Your most recent gaffe was to refer to the citizens of Nottoway as dogs. I'm still picking up my jaw after you yelled at a resident who has been a pillar of our community by yelling, "Pay your taxes, man, I pay mine," all because he had the unmitigated gall to call out the fact that he received a dump bill for $1 plus change. Y'all sent me a bill for 69 cents. You continue to complain about the internet and how it is being used to call this board out. Y'all, we all live in the 21st century now. The internet has become an acceptable platform for reaching out to people or groups of people. Even the President of the United States gets posted on the internet. Are y'all better than him? Just asking. Mrs. Simmons verbally attacked a handicapped woman in a wheelchair at a board meeting and accused her of slandering her name after the woman worked up the courage to beg her not to stop the PSR program. Crickets from most of you. Mr. Vaughn, you were recently quoted in the newspaper as saying citizens must not lose sight of what we went into developing the county's strong financial years. And that's how we got the reserves to start with. Now, how short-sighted is this? No, Mr. Vaughn, what you have done for the last almost 30 years is to drive this beautiful county into poverty. You can be quoted as saying, I don't want to be known as a high-tax county. Hoarding money does not make you a good steward of the money if everything is crumbling around us. The best example of one of your failures is the Cox water line. You've done nothing but procrastinate for 20 years. You should not be proud of hoarding money. You should be ashamed of having your constituents drinking unhealthy and dirty water. In April, you accused Supervisor Rourke of infringing on your district. At the end of this exchange of words, you asked for 30 days. Well, it has been almost 150 days, and you have not made even 1 ounce of progress. The water line 20 years ago was probably going to cost the citizens $500,000. Today, it is close to $2.4 million. Are you going to pay it out of the money that has been hoarded all these years? And then along comes this young guy, smart, full of ideas and a heart for the people he is serving. And what does he get from y'all? He gets shunned. Y'all have intentionally left him out of new emails. You blame him for overstepping what you call his boundaries when he brings up something in someone else's district. Wow, shame on y'all. From what I can see, he is the only one up here going the extra mile for the Cox Road residents' drinking water problem, and that has gone on for 20 years. He is the one that has set up a town hall meeting to address the drug issues on Bible Road. Do any of you care to support this issue? He is the one that stepped up to the plate when a child in our community schools was accosted, and what did you all do? You censured him and did it without knowing all the facts. You know what I think? I think that when a small group of citizens came to you wanting him censured, you just went along with it because it was your way of getting back at him for highlighting the failures of this administration. You 4 very self-imposing supervisors forgot about all the awful things you have done, and you found a way to go after the only supervisor on this board worth keeping. Right now, we have a new administrator, and Mr. Costin, we need you to be the unifying leader that you should be. We spoke the other day, and I was honest with you. I tried to explain to you that there are many citizens out here that are not happy with your performance. You gave every county employee a 5% raise across the board without ever giving employees proper evaluations. You told me on one occasion that it was done for retention. The next time I talked with you, you told me it was because of the high cost of living right now. Wow, so you laid it on us taxpayers to pay this? Who gave us a raise to be able to offer this? We are a county that is 6th highest in poverty in Virginia, and you spent our money in this way. Shame on you. Well, Mr. Costin, we currently have a huge water problem in Crew, and we need you to show us your leadership abilities by bringing our 3 little towns together so that we can grow Nottoway together. We don't need to be growing Prince Edward's economy. We need to be growing ours. At this moment, I have faith in you that you can be the leader that we need you to be.
Ms.
Please
Yates,
don't
I'm
let us
sorry,
down.
but your time is up.
United we stand, divided we fall.
Thank you. Connie Reynolds Shine Hurt.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I am here this evening to address the fact or to bring to your attention the hostile and toxic work environment that Rodney Reynolds is having to work in. Rodney M. Reynolds is the son of Jesse and Hazel Reynolds of Prue, Virginia. He is a graduate of Nottoway Senior High School and Virginia State University and the United States Department of State Foreign Services Institute. He is a career civil servant and retired from the U.S. Department of State as the Director of Public Diplomacy and Public Affairs with an exemplary record and career. And he is currently hired as the Nottoway County Registrar. Despite his more than adequate qualifications and experience, he is constantly exposed to public harassment, including questioning his qualifications, his skills, and abilities. I attended a electoral board meeting where public comment was directed at that he didn't know what he was doing. He is a county employee, like all your county employees. I would just like to remind you that federal labor law one of the first rights of employees under federal labor law. Employees have the right not to be harassed or discriminated against or treated less favorably because of race. I am also a career civil servant. I was a 30-year federal employee and retired from U.S. Customs and Border Protection. And I will tell you that employees are not to be treated that way. Okay? What I witnessed was a little short of a public personnel review. Amazing. But yet you have other employees that make errors, blatant errors. They say, I'm sorry, and that's wonderful. Okay? We need equal treatment. All right, we'll stand for nothing less. He is more than qualified. May I remind you that the mission of the State Department is to ensure, one of their main objectives is to ensure free and fair elections around the world. Have a good night. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
May Tucker.
Madam Chair,
Good evening.
Administrator Costin, board members.
David.
I am highly reluctant to come up here because I'm pretty sure you're tired of seeing the same people with the same little petty disagreements all the time. I got into this electoral board by coercion, and I didn't realize until getting on the board how dirty politics could be. But I'm finding out dirty politics are done by dirty politicians, the people that want to be dirty. Now, I would like to speak on the debacle that happened on the 11th with the e-poll book training. It was out of order. The person in charge was attacked. He wanted, the person that was so disagreeable tried to incite a riot, but the tables were turned. The people turned on him. Now, that said, that's being taken. The censure that came, the board thought he needed to be censured. It was no more than you all did to Mr. Rourke, and he didn't do half as bad. I will be sending you a letter of my account of what happened that day. I gave it to the electoral board. Now, it's a whole lot of nitpicking going on. Mr. Reynolds cannot do his job. He is not qualified. He is not trained. The ones that are talking are not qualified for too much of anything. Now, one of the things that was said was that the training of the e-poll books was not sufficient. They didn't get anything out of it. You can read the paper to see of whom I'm speaking. Now, having taught for 30-some-odd years, when we have a class, we don't water down the curriculum to suit one or two slow people in the group. What we do is we work differently with them or put them in another class that suits their intellect. So if the person was there to be trained for an office of election and they don't feel they were adequately trained or nothing went on, this person, my name was not on the ballot. This was not a voting. This was on training on an e-poll book. Your name was not supposed to be up there. So that says a lot about what you know. And if you don't feel you're adequate trained, you don't know, you still don't know, take your name off from being an office of election. I will probably make that motion. Because I asked other people that were there that morning. Some said they didn't understand the poll book. It was no big deal. They were going to work on it. Others said it went well. Now, as far as Mr. Reynolds being qualified, not one of them that attacked his character is as qualified. They attack character assassination. Now, if you want it to be ugly, don't come trying to sweep around somebody else's front door when yours is just as dirty. Take care of what's at home. Don't try to dig up dirt on somebody else, because the same dirt that you're digging up, you have some dirt, and I know a lot of dirt, having been in this county for 30 years. I don't express it. I don't care to talk about it. I don't care about your dirt. I'm worried about my dirt at my house. Are we clear?
Clear.
Okay. Now, don't dig up and try to say this is that and this is that. And when you come and accuse a person, speak item by item what he's doing, why he's not qualified, so it can be addressed item by item. If you don't know what you're talking about, don't try to find something to make the man look bad. He's done a good job, and I'm so afraid that they're going to try to throw this election so that it won't go smoothly. But we are working on that to assure you that it will not happen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Duncan.
Thomas Cruz.
Madam Chair, honorable members of the board, Administrator Costin, and Assistant Administrator Tomer, who I see isn't here tonight. I greet you tonight and thank you for granting me the opportunity to speak. As you know, I'm Thomas Cruz, the chairman of the Nottoway County Democratic Committee and a proud resident of District 4 here in Nottoway County. I stand before you tonight because I have a deep concern over the behavior of Tom Reynolds, the Secretary of the Nottoway County Electoral Board. I'm grateful for the letter sent by Administrator Costin to Tom Reynolds, notifying him of his restricted access to the registrar's office as a result of his behavior on August 11th. However, I continue to be concerned. I'm concerned on two accounts. The first account is one that pertains directly to this board. His past and continued actions, which in my view constitute harassment and defamation of one of the county's employees, places the county at financial risk. Now, I'm not a lawyer, so I urge this board to consult with your attorney and determine what ways Tom Reynolds is leaving this county vulnerable to potential lawsuits. On the second account, I'm concerned that Tom Reynolds On the second account, I am concerned that Tom Reynolds still has not come forward and explained to the public what he was doing in Sussex County earlier this year. He has not explained to the public why he has provided false information to the State Board of Elections or the Sussex County Electoral Board. He has not explained why he has apparently been collecting official Electoral Board documents from Mitchell's Restaurant. In short, there are a great many things that Tom Reynolds has not answered. He stood before your board a few months ago and expressed concerns about the registrar's budget in an apparent attempt to underfund the registrar's office after voting to approve the draft budget earlier that year. Yet this apparent concern for so-called fiscal responsibility has not stopped him from leaving the county vulnerable to potential lawsuits. I want to thank the board and Administrator Costin for the actions that you have taken. However, based on Tom Reynolds' actions, I do not have faith that he can continue to perform his duties. Therefore, I have called for his resignation. However, I'm also quite confident that he has no intention of stepping down and preserving whatever dignity and honor that he may have left. Consequently, I stand before you tonight to request that your board elevate your concerns to the appropriate bodies, which are the State Board of Elections and the Circuit Court. By elevating your concerns to the appropriate bodies, it will at least heavily demonstrate that Nottoway County is taking all appropriate and available actions to address the behavior of Secretary Reynolds and will hopefully insulate the county itself from any consequences of his actions. As for the elections themselves, I have every confidence in Registrar Rodney Reynolds, his staff, and the Office of Elections in Nottoway County. They will do everything in their power to ensure that our elections are safe, secure, fair, and free. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak this afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Diana Lynn Wilkins Mitchell.
Thank you. This board has been approached about both the General Registrar's and Electoral Board's budget. You were given examples of similarly sized counties with a similar number of registered voters, and you said it wasn't in your purview. On several occasions, the Board of Supervisors has made it a point to say, in no uncertain terms, that you do not have anything to do with elections. What has changed? At the last Electoral Board meeting, the chair read a letter in public concerning a personnel issue. She read a letter with the consent and support of this board, and she passed judgment on a colleague. She stated it was her job to investigate, and during her investigation, she found him to be guilty of crimes. He was never questioned. Throughout the GREB handbook, the importance of the position of the Secretary of the Electoral Board is reiterated, from canvass to training, and most importantly, a cohesive working environment. The EB must ensure that the General Registrar certifies to elect the training has been completed and is consistent with the standards given by the State Board of Elections. The training did not occur to the standard put forth by the State Board of Elections. Today, I was told another registrar from Mecklenburg County is going to be performing the duty of training for officers of election in Nottoway. The Secretary of the Electoral Board has spoken with you at several meetings and expressed his concerns. What has changed now? Has anyone heard of the word retaliation? Your response was, it's not something you do, only now you do. Did you vote in public and then open for discussion your intent to pursue a letter of support for the General Registrar and a recommendation of censure for Mr. Thomas Reynolds?
I didn't.
Is the Board of Supervisors now working as a part of the Nottoway County Electoral Board? Are you an investigative body for Nottoway County? My understanding, as stated by the Commonwealth's attorney, is that the only authorized investigative body is the Sheriff's Office. The chair of the Electoral Board stated she was an investigative body, that it was her responsibility to investigate the allegations that she chose to discuss in public concerning her fellow board member. Retaliation. If you are now giving authority to the chair to act on your behalf and support her endeavors to move forward with her actions, are you accepting responsibility for the integrity of the elections? You are all elected officials. This could be easily misconstrued, you being part of the elections process. Because you've chosen to insert the Board of Supervisors in the election process, will you now decide to get the best qualified person to oversee the elections? Wouldn't it be best to call the Department of Elections and ask them to take over the Nottoway County Registrar's office and immediately suspend all the parties concerned until the completion of the investigation? An investigation that is currently being performed by the state police at the behest of this county. Bring in the State Board of Elections, shut down the speculation, and protect the integrity of our elections in Nottoway County. Thank you.
Thank you.
Christopher Page.
Hey, how y'all doing?
Good, how you?
Great, thank you. So, you know, what we hear today, I believe, is some more misinformation. Maybe some information where people don't understand all the facts or rules. Everybody who works in the registrar's office is an employee of the county. Everybody who works elections, officers of elections, are employees of the county. Everybody's on the electoral board. There's a Supreme Court ruling out of Virginia that they're state employees, but subject to the personnel policies, which that's written in election code in Virginia. So all of those employees have a right to go to work, not afraid, not in a hostile environment, not to be harassed. And multiple employees at that meeting felt that way. I know that because they reached out to me. And I asked them, and I'm sure you have, and they have a right to file an administrative complaint. And the county investigates administrative complaints. Isn't that right, Mr. Costa? Isn't that how it generally works? Okay. So I mean, that's the process there. As for the meeting, I will say this. I don't believe the chair read any letter that was written by this board out loud. And I don't believe she said that he was guilty. She said he may have violated a election law. You know, that's misinformation to say. I think it's all recorded, isn't that right? That meeting, it's all recorded? That's right, that's right. So, I mean, obviously it was a contentious meeting. This board doesn't tell other boards if they can censure a member. Is that right? Like if you guys want to censor somebody here, you do. If the school board wants to, I don't think you have any say over that. So, at the end of the day, I have faith the county is going to get into it. The registrar has an election that he has to run, and we should all support him at this time. Early voting starts in 2 weeks. All of our officers with elections, regardless of arguments throughout the year, have worked together well. The people who are actually working the polls, and we should support them. And you know, things were pushed back a little this year by a special election and a late elected official stepping off a board, and that pushed things back by a month. And of course, one thing pushes everything back. So I think Registrar Reynolds has a handle on it, and we're ready to go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, that concludes our delegations from the public. So we have 3 items under public hearings tonight. The first is a special exception request for Curtis Moore. Mr. Zodi, have you got introductory comments?
Oh, Madam Chair, move to open public comments, is that right? Did we do
No.
that before he starts?
No,
I'm sorry.
introductory comments.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Good evening. How are y'all doing? What's before you tonight is a special exception request to place a single-wide manufactured home between 1052 and 1080 West Entrance Road, right outside of Blackstone. The applicant has gone through the subdivision process to subdivide a 2.07 acre parcel and split it so the one newly created parcel, which I signed off on the plat in July, meets our minimum standards that's required in rural residential, which is 1 acre minimum lot size. I took this to the Planning Commission Tuesday night. Planning Commission heard. We had no remonstrance. Nobody opposed the proposal, and the Planning Commission, with my recommendations, and I'll read those, voted in favor of this by a vote of 8-0. And you might be questioning why there are so many photographs. I love photography, but I took it to demonstrate the consistency of the application request to the surrounding district, which is, I like to do that in certain cases, especially since it's not ag, it's rural residential, and you have to go through the special exception process for a manufactured home. The conditions I have after reviewing and responding to the 37 findings we have for special exceptions was staff recommends approval for the applications subject to the 4 conditions. The special exception is granted for the placement of a single-wide manufactured home. The special exception may be revoked by Nottoway County or its designated agent for failure to comply with any of the listed or amended conditions made by staff, the Planning Commission, and/or Board of Supervisors. 3, must have septic and well permits and follow health department's guidance prior to occupancy. And lastly, secure an entrance permit from the Virginia Department of Transportation. I've heard from both the Virginia Department of Health and the Virginia Department of Transportation. There are no issues associated from either agency. Lastly, I would like to note that Mr. Vaughn and I have spoken, and when I sent out the adjacent property letters, they are technically correct. They're required what is required by 15.22204 of the state code, which talks about notification. In my adjacent property letters, I used the wrong subject line. Doesn't affect the ad notification. It had for outdoor events. And one of the adjacent property owners was upset, and I spoke to her. Quite a humbling experience, but I corrected it, and I sent out new notices stating it was the correct subject for the special exception. And we're good. I've changed my practice and revised my template for adjacent property owners. But I want to make clear about that. Other than that, I heard nothing from adjacent property owners about this project.
Are there any board comments or questions for Mr. Zodi?
No, ma'am.
I had some, and we got it. He corrected it.
Okay.
Yes.
So do we have a motion to open the public hearing?
So move. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. We now open the public hearing relating to special exception request for Curtis Moore. We do not have any individuals signed up to speak at this public hearing. Is there anyone here that didn't sign up but wishes to make a comment? Okay. A motion to close the public hearing?
So move.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
This public hearing is closed. Do we have a motion related to staff's recommendation for approval of the special exception request subject to conditions identified by Mr. Zodi?
I so move.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes, and the special exception request as presented by Mr. Zodi is approved.
Thank you.
All right, the next item for public hearing is request for real estate tax exemption, HELP, which is the acronym for Helping Every Life Prosper, a 5013C organization. Do we have any introductory comments, Mr. Costin?
Madam Chairman, honorable members of the board, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. This request has come in back earlier in the summer through the Commissioner of Revenue's office. This is a request to exempt the HELP organization from county real estate taxes. The value of the property is $18,048, and the county taxes received are $86.64. The communications that you have in your packet reference section 58.1, 3651 Code of Virginia. That sets the standard. Provided copies of that earlier in the year for your consideration when you decided to go to this public hearing. I have reached out to President Hogue and had conversations with him reviewing the standards of that code section. Those standards include, do they have an ABC license? Are there any benefits arriving to any officers in the organization? His statements to me are such that I would advise you that this is a request that meets those state code requirements. Obviously, President Hogue is here this evening and can speak to the matter. You also have some material in the packet that gives you a quick overview of what they do in the community, and I'll be happy to take any questions you might have at this time.
Before we open the public hearing, any questions or comments from Mr. Costin?
No, ma'am. No, I don't have.
All right, so do we have a motion to open the public hearing for the real estate, request for real estate tax exemption?
I'll second that motion.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. We now open the public hearing. Mr. Hogue?
Yes, ma'am. I have some handouts. They're just maybe something you have in your packet already. There's one for each of you. It just tells you what we do.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you for this public hearing. I, on behalf of the HELP organization, appreciate your time. And I just want to review very quickly with you what we do and answer some questions you might have. The HELP organization stands for Helping Every Life Prosper. It was begun over 30 years ago. We're supported through citizens and civic organizations and religious organizations and grants that we sometimes receive. It's an all-volunteer organization. It's directed by a board of supervisors or board members, and it's overseen by the Blackstone Ministerial Association. The building we acquired a number of years ago was donated by a local citizen and renovated by the volunteers of the organization itself. The reason we have a building, and honestly, I fought this idea for a number of years myself, but the reason we wanted to have a building, small as it is to have a presence in the community. And by a presence in the community, people know that we're there and they know where to go to help. So what we provide is assistance with food and also with rent and utilities if people call in and ask for assistance in that area. We have a director that interviews people and finds out what the need is, and then if it's a valid need, then we support that need. Of course, the assistance goes directly to the landowner or to the town, which in effect keeps scammers from going to church and home to home, because they have to come, in most cases, through us. So just an overview of what we've done in the last 30 years. Over $220,000 has been given to help people in need. And just in the last 4 years, over $60,000 has been given to people that have needs. On average, we get about 30 calls a month. We're still doing counseling over the phone, but we'd like to get back into the counseling in person, and we do counseling for people that have some needs that they need to know, how to manage their money. So we provide that service as well. So in review, the HELP building we have receives, stores, and distributes food once every week, 11 to 3 downtown.
It's a presence in the community, and it's a way that we can call to the attention people that might need some assistance. And by the way, I was there about a month ago to help. I don't usually help down there. They have enough people to do that. But when I was helping, this lady came in. She had donations, fresh eggs. She said, we had a couple dozen of fresh eggs, and we just brought them by to thought she could use them. And so we handed those out that day. So it's a location also for people to donate. So it's a really unique ministry that we have in the community. And we felt that if we had the exemption for this, that we'd be able to use that money to help people more. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for your efforts. So we don't have anyone that signed up for this public hearing as well. Anyone here that wishes to speak?
You want to open it? Did you open it?
Yes. All right. So we'll need a motion to close the public hearing.
So move.
Second.
A motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Public hearing is closed. I have a motion related to the request for the real estate tax exemption for help.
I so move that we grant this request.
I was looking for the motion. It's not a suggested motion.
There's no suggested motion.
Okay, I'll second Ms. Vaughn's motion.
All right, we have a motion and a second to grant the request. Any discussion?
Little discussion on that, just to make sure we're all on the same page here. And I'm hoping that the mission of help will continue to be prosperous and helping people. But just want to make sure that, and we got it tied in the motion, if that mission stops or somebody else goes into that property, that's no longer tax-free. Do you understand what I'm saying? How do we make sure that's in the motion?
I think I follow what he's saying. Now, once if they move to a bigger building, they should make another
That's right.
request. So if that building is not used by them,
I would suggest making it specific to the organization help at that stated address.
Okay.
Which
you amend your motion to that, Ms. Vaughn? Then my second will stand.
Good, I'm good.
Do we need to state the address? Do you have it? Or just?
We have the address,
314 South Main.
314 South Main Street.
Just put that into the motion and that'd be good.
Okay, so you've amended your motion?
Yes.
Okay. All right, we have the motion and the second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, the motion passes and the request for real estate tax exemption is requested. All right, the final item under public hearings tonight is fiscal year 2022-23 budget amendments. Any introductory comments, Mr. Costin?
Yes, ma'am. There are 4 items that have been advertised. The first is $107,209.32 for newly approved grant funding for additional school resource officers. This is obviously in support of deputies to serve as school resource officers. Accepting this grant obligates the county to hire a 3rd SRO. The board should anticipate picking up all 3 positions entirely as grant funding passes. By that, we were pleasantly surprised by the governor's budget this year, but we would anticipate in future years that will be reduced to the point that we're carrying these positions completely. As to the American Rescue Plan Act funding, that's $1,479,318.50. This is the second round of funding, and this also includes the establishment of a separate ARPA fund combining both round 1 and round 2. This money it's necessary to appropriate the second round of ARPA funds so that they can be used as the board has previously determined, specifically the crew tanker apparatus for the volunteer fire department and crew, the ADA compliant entrance for the Commissioner of Revenue, the broadband, all those projects. As to the 3rd and 4th budget items, I'm going to defer to Heather Meyer with the school board. And whilst Heather makes her way up, I will note, was alluded to earlier, Normally, Ms. Tomer would be carrying these. She is completing her Women in Municipal Government Leadership Institute. That's where she is this evening.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Mr.
Good
Johnston. There's two budget adjustments before you tonight. The first one is in regards to the governor's budget that was passed late in June, which obviously changed some of our state funding as well as the requirement for the county as well. That funding reduces our operating budget by $212,900. Of that, $138,957 is the reduction in the required local effort, local match for the county. And then the other part of that is going to be the changes in our special programs and grants budget, and that is being increased by almost $2.9 million. The largest chunk of that comes from the school construction fund that the state has provided this year. Now that wasn't part of the original governor's proposed budget last December, so that was not in our proposed budget, but it was in the past budget by the the General Assembly in June, and that totals almost $1.5 million. The remaining part of this $2.9 million increase in the grants and special programs budget is just the normal carryover that we have at the end of the year when we actually know what our grant carryovers actually are. I'd like to remind you that when we do our proposed budget, the grants that we include in there, they're estimated, and then obviously as the year end closes and the new year starts, we actually know more about what that number actually is. A couple of these, we actually didn't even have the grants whenever we did the proposed budget, which is the unfinished learning grants. So those are new grants that need to be added to the county's budget lines. The other budget amendment that you have in front of you this evening is actually a reduction in one of our grants. It's a reduction of $222,000. And we just, so if you have any questions, I will be more than happy to answer.
Madam Chairman, if you all have, members of the board, if you all have questions for me on the sheriff or the ARPA items, I'd be happy to try to answer those. And again, Ms. Meyer just offered her availability for questions. So at this time, unless you have any questions.
So, well, before we open the public hearing, questions, comments from the board?
Well, I guess a little point of clarification. So we have so many resource officers now. It's, what is it, 2, 3?
We have 2 currently.
2, and then this is 2 more, okay. And so the way that grant money, do I remember, you know, my memory could be off here a little bit. The first year, the state pays so much, we pay so much. Second year, is it less than that? Just until we owe the whole salary.
This is to.
That's going back to your first comment.
That's the first comment, right.
Right.
But I think the sheriff could probably clarify this a little bit better, but I believe that they put in for 3, anticipating they get 2.
Right.
And we got all 3. So he's hiring 2 now, and this is to help fill those
Right.
positions.
I'm just
and supply those
right.
positions.
What I'm getting is we got existing resource officers, and then we got new ones coming in.
Yes, sir.
So they're not on the same grant clock.
That's correct.
Okay.
That's
You see what I'm
correct.
saying?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so
we'll be picking some up earlier before we pick these.
All right. So, and I don't want to get this wrapped around my brain too. So, if they work for the sheriff, but it's right now it's part of your budget. No, it's not.
No.
Okay.
No,
Okay.
It's
so it'll be the sheriff's budget.
Sheriff's budget.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Gotcha. I'm good.
Mr. Rourke?
I got a whole litany of questions, a mile long. And before we get into the public hearing, Madam Chair, I'd like to suggest that we separate the first 2 items and open the public hearing on them tonight. My suggestion would be, well, I guess the one question I would have is any amount of this budget adjustment needed in a specific time frame to apply to a grant so the school doesn't lose it?
We're not gonna lose it, but it would be nice to have some of the carryovers taken care of, just so that we don't run the risk of running in the negative in those lines, because we have purchase orders ready to go for some of, like the ESSER grants that we have that are part of the carryover.
And what would be your suggestion of the amount of the carryover?
I'd have to defer to Marcia as to which one she really needs.
Well, before Ms. Martin answers that question, I got a point of procedure here. I think we have advertised for a public hearing.
Right.
We still have to listen to the public the way it's written right here.
Yeah.
I don't think we can say, well, let's take this out now. I don't think we can do that. Am I correct?
That was that re-advertising.
Right, without re-advertising. Okay, I just want to point, it's already been advertised. Of course, we can vote against it. You don't understand what I'm saying? But anyway, I just want you to,
All right, where I was going with this was, my suggestion would be for us to hold a work session so we can understand this. There's been too often too many questions about where the money is, where it's in a line item, and honestly, I like to sit down with the budget and go line by line at a work session.
I'm going to agree that I don't have a comprehensive enough understanding of all of this, a lot of information,
It is a lot.
to approve a budget adjustment that's this large. Of the $2.771 million, what, if, just in a nutshell, what is the bottom line impact to the county's budget?
Well, on the 2.9 million, there is no impact because that is all grant money. None of that requires local effort, local match. That is all, even the state school construction money, there's no local effort or local match required to that. So of the increase, that really doesn't do anything to your budget because the grants, that's all reimbursable. Once we spend it, we get reimbursed on it. So that doesn't actually impact money coming from the county to us.
Right. The money flows through us.
It flows through,
Right.
yes, flows through you, but it doesn't actually impact your actual
general
budget
fund.
itself. It just has to be appropriated to the line items in the budget.
Okay. Any other comments or questions before we open the public hearing?
No.
Thank you. All right, so do we have a motion to open the public hearing for the 2022-23 budget adjustments?
Madam Chair, I move to authorize a public hearing for the September regular board meeting to consider amendments to the fiscal year 2022-2023 budget totaling $4,136,030.77.
I'll second that motion.
All right, we have a motion, and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. The public hearing is now open. Mr. Sonny Abbott has signed up to speak.
Madam Chair, if I may, I'll stand right here. I have a simple question. The $212,900 reduction is from state and local funding. That's local match, local effort. From what total number was $212,900 reduced?
I would put that to Ms. Meyer.
Ms. Meyer, would you be able to answer that?
So the operating budget was $23,883,198. So that reduction of 212 brings our total operating budget down to $23,670,298.
So this, when it says local funding, is that part of local effort, local match?
$138,957 of that, yes, reduces the required local effort, local match.
So the 138,000 and change is from what total number? Not the operating amount, but the total number of local match, local effort.
$5,801,537 was the required local effort, local match.
reduces it down to $5,662,580.
And 5,000,006 is the amount that is agreed to by the state.
That is the amount that is on our template that they provide to us.
Thank you.
Mr. Page?
Just real quick, if our local match is being reduced, can they return us the difference? Because every year they just spend it at the end of the year. Just wondering. Thank you.
Does anyone else wish to speak on this matter? All right, so we'll need a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, the public hearing is closed. So, did you provide options for recommended motions relating to the action?
We did not. I know that Mr. Rourke and I had a conversation that he might, as he's indicated, split it.
In other words, we don't have to take action on that. That's what you're asking, John?
Yes.
Right. We can take action on 2, but not 3 and 4. Is that what you're saying?
1 and 2.
1 and 2. Okay.
And the motion could be simply to amend the fiscal year 22-23 budget, you know, as presented, or as follows. You could read the first two items.
Madam Chair, I make a motion to approve budget adjustment from the sheriff SRO, $107,000. Listen at me. Let me start that over again.
I've done it.
That's why I'm tongue-tied over here. $107,209.32 for newly approved grant funding for the additional school resource officers, and budget adjustment from the American Rescue Act funding for $1,479,318.50 for the second round of funding, including the establishment of an ARPA fund for rounds 1 and 2.
All right, so we have a motion to approve the 2 budget adjustments as set forth by Mr. Rourke. Do we have a second?
I second that.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Like, for discussion, I see that Ms. Barton is here. It's, by delaying this budget adjustments, is this, would this affect the education of our children in any way?
If I may speak to that?
Sure.
So the grants that are before you that need the budget adjustment, they were approved by our board, and they were also part of our last fiscal year budget. However, there are salaries tied up in that. Our night school program that we just got up and running effectively, and we've got students enrolled. We have teachers that are being paid out of that grant. Materials and supplies are coming out of that grant, so it will delay because we will have to run negative balances or weigh the options that are in some of those.
Right.
But there's no effect to the county's budget. They're strictly grant funds. I mean, they're strictly grant funds. It's no effect to your local budget.
But just so I want the board to know then, and that's a great point, this negative, run on this negative will be because of our lack of action. We need to take responsibility. Okay.
Technically, I mean, we can go ahead at the direction of Mr. Costin to do our purchase orders for it.
Right.
However, when we close for the end of the month, we will be running negative on those line items because
Okay.
the funds have not been reappropriated to us. So really all they are funds that were granted to us last year or the year before. We didn't spend all of them, and in order to gain access to them, we need to have them carried over for the new year so that we can meet the requirements of the grant cycle. So both of those grants that she mentioned, some of them have a 23 or a 24 spend down on them. We just finished spending down our CARES Act of the first round of funding, had a September 30th spend down, and keep in mind the federal fiscal year always runs different than our local fiscal years. So that also adds into it, but the delay in it does cause us to delay being able to spend down our funds effectively by the time periods. But again, like next year at the same time, we're gonna come to you and ask you for the same thing because we're not gonna be able to anticipate. We're gonna anticipate some of what we think we should carry over to that next fiscal year. We're not gonna be able to anticipate all of it, so therefore we're gonna have to ask you in order to access those funds so that we can effectively spend them down based on the federal guidelines.
Madam Chair, may I ask a question?
Madam Chair.
Could I ask, just for clarification, you were talking about deficit line items being carried for a month. So if you were to carry a deficit line item for a couple of months, and then the board took some action, you know, in whole or in part to approve this, then that would clear that deficit, would it not?
Exactly, it's a reimbursable basis, however, technically, we can spend them. We cannot ask for reimbursement with the funds not technically appropriated to us. So that's another avenue there. We cannot technically submit our reimbursement until the funds are on the books of the school division.
So have these grant funds flowed into the county coffers, and you're just asking for these to be dispersed to, run through to the school now?
Right, so we were awarded the grants, we applied. Some of them were competitive grants, some of them were direct entitlements that we were given, based on the pandemic relief fund. So no funds have hit the county's books that have flowed through to the school division at this point in time, because these federal grants solely work off of a reimbursable basis, meaning that we have to spend the funds and then submit our documentation for the state to get the funds back. So what will happen is we'll spend the funds, we'll get all of our documentation together when the month closes and the bills are paid for that particular item that we purchased. Then we will submit all of our information to the state. Those funds will come back to you, which then are earmarked back to us to cover our expenses on those items. So it's strictly a reimbursable grant process, but they do need to be earmarked to us so that we technically can spend those funds.
And you confirm this does not impact the county's overall budget in any way?
And I think, Madam Chair, going back to the old memory again, I believe Ms. Martin came to the board and tried to explain some of these grant money to show that it was not coming out of our general fund, but it flows through us. But anyway.
I'd like to amend that motion to approve 3 and 4.
All right.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Vaughn, you were asking me to amend it because you seconded.
Leave 4 alone and do 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, because, well, we can make a separate motion for that, or add them in there. Well, Ms. Martin, forgive me. This is absolutely my ignorance because I do not know. You understand? And, you know, only way I can make myself better is be honest about my shortcomings, okay? And board members, I don't know if you have that up, but this is just one of the things that kind of tossed me around. When you get to, like, page, for you guys, page 11, it is, you run across something, and the item is on there, like, for SPED. Now, there's a different account number for it, but it's the same repetitive thing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times. And it's just a SPED line difference for you guys. Okay, so I don't want to assume anything. Is it down there 6 times because there's 6 schools?
Right, so I believe I'm on the same one that you're on, because I grabbed it from
Okay.
So I'm hoping I'm looking at the same one. You're talking about the Special Education 611B grant and the reduction. Is that the one you're talking about, Mr. Rourke?
No, ma'am. This was going to be under the SPED line difference, where it starts, where it says instructional salary SPED, salary elementary sub SPED.
Okay, so in reference to that, they are different schools located in that. So each of our schools are assigned a number with the state, the 300, the 301, the 302s. So when we report, each year we have to do an annual school report, and it has to be broken down by spending based on each school that we have. So each of those lines, whether it's SPED, instructional, whatever it may be, has got to be tied directly to those lines. So if you're looking at a line that says, like 61, 100, 11, 20, 240, 200, 100,
Mm-hmm.
that would be tied to Blackstone Commerce.
Okay.
So then you'll see another line. So it does look confusing, and I will tell you, when I first came to the county and they handed me the budget book with all these codes in it, I said, what am I supposed to do with all of these?
Right.
There's many of them. I just, but we have to directly tie them to what each school is given, because we also have to make sure that we maintain efforts with our school division and not reduce any funding to them. So this is one method that we can use too, to make sure that we allocate specific funds for each school in the division. So that's sometimes with these budget adjustments for us, especially within grants, or in our local adjustments, you see so many line items because they're tied to either different positions, specifically, or specifically different schools within the school division. And so we have to be able to account for that when we do our reports back to the state.
Okay, and when I say there's,
Mayor Chairman, if I may, I've just gotten texted. Could you come to the microphone?
Yes.
Because folks listening
Okay.
Can't hear.
All right.
They hear the questions, but they're not getting the response.
All
Thank
right.
you. Thank you
Well,
very much.
The item just prior to that, which would be the regular line difference, and for board members, that would be page 9 and 10. It starts off with instructional salary, and I'm assuming the 6 schools, Blackstone, Crew Primaries, the 3 at the complex, and the VOTEC. Is that correct when we say 6 schools? Okay, again, you have those 6 repetitive items there under instructional salary. But then board members, if you go down to page 13, you get vocational line difference. So it appears to me that there appears to be 7. We don't have 7 schools. And again, that's why I'm,
Well, we also, do you count? Right. The middle school is actually considered by the state elementary and secondary. So everything we do with the middle school has to be split. Technically, fiscally and instructionally are 2 different things with the state. Instructionally, middle school kind of starts at 6th grade.
Okay.
However, fiscally, 7th grade is considered elementary, 8th grade is considered secondary. So therefore, you do have 2 funding codes for the middle school, because everything we do for the middle school, we have to determine, are they a 7th grade teacher working with 7th grade students? Are they an 8th grade teacher working with 8th grade students? And it has to be reported back that way to the state, which adds that extra code for you.
okay, well, so that explains that. I appreciate that, and like I said, I didn't know if it was a typo, but thank you for that. I asked some people what this is. There again, I don't know. What is hybrid VRS and hybrid disability? Because you also have VRS and disability on that.
So that is not in my department, so I'm going to ask Heather to come up here. I can speak to it, but I want to make sure that I give you the correct information.
fine.
It does deal with, and she can explain better, how our employees enter with VRS. We have 2 different plans now we kind of have to follow with them, but I'll let Heather speak to that.
Okay.
So anybody hired prior to 2014, I believe it is on the old VRS system. Anybody hired after they moved to this hybrid system is on the hybrid plan. And with that, there's the hybrid plan, there's disability. Disability is not part of the old VRS system. So it all depends upon really just their hire date as to which VRS bucket they fall in. But we have the separate account codes depending upon where they're paid from.
My understanding, you go on short-term disability for so many days, and then if you can't get back, you go on long-term, and then you can replace that position on the new plan. The old plan, us old people in the VRS, it's hard to get rid of them.
There is a disability option.
Yeah,
with
I know.
the
That's
new
right.
plans.
Madam Chair, I only have 2 more. All right, guys, on page 18 for you guys, which would be the improvement of instructional line difference. Okay. I'm guessing, okay, if I understand this right, initial, final difference. All right, at the first 2 groups of numbers there, on improvement of instruction line difference. Initially, there's zero money in 2 groups for supplemental salary. There has been added $113,500, so that's $227,000.
That is the money that is being provided by the state for the pandemic bonus that they rolled out to SOQ funded positions. And that's considered supplemental, so that's why you see those 2 large lump sums on a line that typically we don't have a budget for.
Okay, so part B, to educate me. The county does y'all's payroll, is that correct? Y'all submit it and they do it?
Correct.
Does the supplemental salary go to the county and stay in its coffers, or does it come to y'all's coffers?
It would.
since it's supplemental salary?
So the money that the state's providing to this would go to you all, but then it would be allocated to our budget line so that when Logan runs the payroll, it's there for her to be able to attach to everybody who will be part of that.
So essentially, if I follow you correctly, where you have supplemental salaries, and then that's on that same page, you have like admin salaries, sped coordinator salaries. If this is approved, y'all will be submitting those line items of salary back to the county for the county to write salaries from?
Well, it would be for them to pay our personnel.
But y'all would have to,
We
but
would
that
attach
becomes,
these exact numbers to what we're requesting, and then those funds will come from these line items.
Yes.
That has to be appropriated to us, but it's going for y'all to pay our salary that's coming from the state.
okay, all right. The only other thing I had was just a curiosity question. Under extracurricular, $5,937 is a difference, in a negative. And my curiosity question of that is, did the students lose any programs because of that negative figure? Was any programs? Oh, I'm sorry. It is, well, page 15 for us guys, it would be, that is under 61,100 extracurricular line difference.
Is that 611?
It's page 15 for us, and that would be, or just 3 pages back for y'all from this bed, back forward.
So that's our coaching salary. So we had a few coaches resign, so obviously that coaching salary would reduce back down to like the starting salary. So that's where that difference is.
Okay, I just, I was curious. Last thing I want is the children losing.
It's not taking from the children at all, or the athletes, or anything like that. It's just gonna be based on what a new coach would be versus somebody that had 20 years of experience with us as a coach.
Yeah, the position's still allocated there, it's just allocated at a different salary rate.
I'm good to move forward with an amendment if y'all are.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. This will save us from possibly a work session for now, but we'll get together early in the year next year. And I won't be on vacation. I'll be sure to be here.
Will you state how you want to amend your motion?
Yes, ma'am. Madam Chair, I'll amend my motion to include budget adjustment to the school in the amount of $2,771,830.95, which is amendments to the school budget as a result of the approved governor's budget for 22-23, both state and local funding, and special programs and grant funding adjustments, and to include budget adjustment school, negative $222,328 for reduction in anticipated grant funding.
Second that motion.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes, and the budget adjustments, all as presented, have been approved.
Thank y'all for y'all's patience. I really appreciate that.
All right, we'll move on to presentations, employee recognitions. Mr. Costin?
Yes, Madam Chair, we have 8 individuals to receive acknowledgement this evening. If they're here, I ask them for them to come forward. For 1 year of service, Stuart L. Arms Jr., convenience site attendant. James R. Austin Sr., convenience site attendant. Lorenzo Blackwell, scale house operator. Sammy L. Brown, convenience site attendant. Carl E. Dagner, convenience site attendant. Michael G. Hayes, convenience site attendant. Barbara B. Rothgeb, convenience site attendant, and Marie A. Lynch, deputy registrar. And no one coming forward. And then we have 2 10-year certificates, Burnett C. Wilson, convenience site attendant, and Joyce L. Borden, administrative assistant for the local redevelopment authority.
Oh, Joyce, gotcha.
And thank you for helping me the other day. It's always good to see your face. Joey.
Thank you, thank you. Man, I'm crossing through stuff we ain't even got to.
Yeah, no, got a long way. We can get there.
I'm sorry.
All right, Crossroads Community Services Board, Dr. Melba Moore. Good evening.
Hey, good evening.
Good evening.
Madam Chair, County Administrator, Board of Supervisors, good evening, and distinguished guests in the audience. I wanted to just come, first of all, and say thank you for your generosity. Thank you for your patience. I had originally said that I would come back and just give you an overview to talk about some of the things that I've discovered and to say thank you for your financial contribution. I provided you with a PowerPoint presentation, and you can take a look at that in your leisure. But for those of you who don't know, Crossroads has been in existence for 49 years, and our focus is to prevent and treat the occurrence of mental illness, intellectual disabilities, substance use, and co-occurring disorders, and to enhance the functioning of individuals and families who experience these conditions. And we strive to transform into a community-based system of care. The individual participates in a service system based on the principles of recovery. We received from you, and thank you again, for $42,000. I have an operating budget of $17 million, and that was last year. And last year we received $3.4 million from the state. Again, thank you for what you have done and the support. Thank you for supporting us when we just weren't quite on our game, when we should have been on our game. We have a crisis intervention team, and that's CTAC, which operates from 3 to 11. We've been doing that for about 3 years. And I'm glad that I did see law enforcement in the back because, as you know, when individuals have these mental health episodes, that's my partner, law enforcement. Couldn't do it without them, and the people who are in the audience, you should be thankful and blessed for having law enforcement because they're the ones that sit in those emergency rooms with those patients until we can get a bed, because we do have a bed shortage in our community. So let's give our law enforcement officers a round of thank you. And just recently, I guess it was a couple of months ago, we developed an MOU where we have Amelia, Blackstone, Buckingham, Charlotte, Cumberland, Farmville, Cambridge, Lunenburg, Nottoway, and Prince Edward. So they are working with us very diligently. We provided this is all, the information I'm giving you is for 2022. We provided 2 40-hour crisis intervention trainings, 24 people graduated, Virginia State Police, mental health providers, jail staff, and a magistrate went through that training. 1,650 individuals received our services through 2022. We had mental health skill building, and this is a community-based skill-focused training service. 83 individuals were served. And during our programs, what we did experience, as you very well know, COVID impacted everything that we do and did and continue to do. Another successful program started up in June, and it was with the Piedmont Regional Jail Authority. We had 27 individuals go through that program, and I did their commencement, delivered their commencement speech to talk to the graduates that went through that program. And we had 27 go through and then 25 that went through as well. And that was a SAMHSA funded grant that we received. We have 9 residential group homes, 4-day support, and one of the things we're going to focus on is marketing our services. And that means we're going to put our services and our staff in the community to draw more people in to receive our services, because that's what we need to do more of. We're starting up our same-day access. We just recruited an individual. And one of the other things, it is hard to recruit people to come in and work for our services. I was successful, and I have my Director of Administrative Services with me, a 20-year vet. And that's another area that we're going to really focus on. Rosa Vasquez is with me. She's my Director of Administrative Services, 20-year veteran, Navy vet. So don't tell me what you can't do if you don't go out and get them and bring them in. So in progress, and I'm going to wrap this up, in progress, the things that we really need to focus on is technology. For our financial system, for my IT system, policies and procedures assessment, readiness of an organization. My team, my executive team, is going to go through some executive coaching, strategic planning. My board and my staff will go through that. And unfortunately, saying it nicely, my payroll system is antiquated and it is a paper system. So at least you laugh. So the last thing that I want to share with you is that I am on a transportation group with Piedmont Senior Resources, Steps Head Start, and Lunenburg County, and we're conducting a transportation survey, which would be for Amelia, Appomattox, Buckingham, Charlotte County, Cumberland, Nottoway, Lunenburg, and Prince Edward. We want to know, and we want people to complete this survey because we know people need transportation. We'll get the data back. It's due October the 1st, and we know that if we get enough input, then we could secure a grant. It's very important, and we want people to take the survey. I will pause and ask. Do you have any questions for me?
Well, I was just going to ask, do we have that survey available on our website now?
I left copies.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay, we can do that though, can we?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you,
Moore.
Dr.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, status of November election, Registrar Rodney Reynolds. Good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. How you doing, sir?
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Whoop, thank you.
Good evening.
Good
Good evening.
Madam Chair Shackleton, distinguished members of the Nottoway County Board of Supervisors, County Administrator Costin, and citizens of Nottoway County. I first want to thank each of you for extending me this opportunity to brief you this evening on election readiness as it pertains to Nottoway. But in order to provide the previously stated update, I first need to provide some clarity to issues relating to the General Registrar's office. I first want to express my sincere gratitude to the citizens and officials of Nottoway who have expressed their support for the office of the General Registrar and exhibited to me that they possess the smallest measure of human kindness and decency. But to the others, I offer the following. Over the past 9 months, my staff and myself have had to endure false accusations, innuendos, and outright lies about our abilities, character, knowledge of the job we were hired, not elected, but hired to perform. We have heard, seen, and read statements from county officials who I thought were in those positions to support the work of the General Registrar. But what we actually witnessed are actions that have no correlation to anything that vaguely resembles working collectively and collaboratively as a team to achieve the goal of the position they encumber. Rather, from my perspective, what we've witnessed is the end product of ignorance and racial prejudice fornication. Amen. A product where individuals who have no real understanding of the duties or responsibilities of a general registrar continually challenge individuals who are knowledgeable not for reasons of clarity and understanding, but an attempt to make themselves relevant in areas and issues that they have no real relevancy. By placing themselves in position to speak on an issue and then acknowledging that they don't know what they have to say or why they are at the microphone to speak is an example of this type of fornication. Or questioning the knowledge, capabilities, and skills of individuals that obviously possess knowledge and skills that far exceed their ability to comprehend, because they themselves have only demonstrated the ability to incite drama and unwarranted panic. I recall an article in a local newspaper where the idea of a new made-for-TV drama was articulated. And so it's extremely evident that some or all of the individuals I previously mentioned must still be auditioning for those parts. But I submit to you this evening that neither the General Registrar nor my staff view the work we swore an oath to perform as a dramatic part of any movie. I've heard that Mr. Colburn characterized my exit from a recent electoral board meeting as an exit in disgust. I submit to you this evening that that is precisely the emotion I had and am experiencing when being confronted with repeated acts of racial prejudice and discrimination. I use these terms not lightly, but to illustrate the actions of these individuals, because there is no other way to describe accusations about performance of a duty or function that has yet to take place. There has yet to be an election of any type in Nottoway County to formulate this type of criticism and abuse. And if it's not racial prejudice or discrimination that has fueled attempts to discredit myself and my staff, then it must be fear that the truth about elections and past election activity in Nottoway County might be exposed when the real, I repeat, the real results of the current investigations about past election activity in Nottoway County and not the current General Registrar is disseminated to the citizens of the Commonwealth of Virginia and Nottoway County. Or fear of not knowing what to do when success following the upcoming election becomes the actual narrative. So to those who are indeed working from a playbook that focuses on the fabrication of Nottoway's version of the big lie when it comes to elections, I state here and now that the only catastrophe relative to the office of the General Registrar is the catastrophe I assumed on December 3rd, 2021. The accusation, innuendos, and lies you've read about, heard about, and discussed over coffee are indeed the byproducts of that big lie. I have never, nor will I now, claim perfection in who I am or in my endeavors. But it may be more reasonable to wait for failure to occur before providing libelous statements that provide the ammunition for the future. But should you choose to continue on this path, I can only express my thanks for making all things work to my benefit. In closing, I have no need to walk around with or to stand in the city square and proclaim that I will continue to carry a sword because my God fights my battles. Amen. While I'm definitely not naive enough to believe that my utterance of these words will immediately change the uninformed and baseless minds of those individuals previously illustrated, but to the adult and fair-minded citizens of Nottoway County and to the members of the Nottoway County Board of Supervisors and the Office of the County Administrator, the General Registrar's Office is, repeat, is ready to handle the requirements associated with holding a fair and honest election this fall. And to quote the words administered at a recent family gathering I attended earlier this week, I guarantee you, won't nobody beat us trying. Thank you for your indulgence.
Thank you, Mr. Reynolds.
Madam Chair, I've also provided a list of items that my staff and I have performed, are still performing, that I believe have placed us in a state of readiness for the November general election. I can read them if you choose, so that it can be heard by the public, or you each have a copy of it.
I think we've all got copies.
And if you have any questions, I stand here ready to answer them.
Board members, any comments or questions for Mr. Reynolds? No. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Have a great evening.
All right, animal shelter status. We have Chris Phillips with RRMM Architects and members of the Nottoway Cares Committee. Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening, madam.
Good evening.
See you again.
Members of the board, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor and privilege to be back in front of you. It has been, feels like a very long time.
Okay.
And I'm excited to share with you the status of the project and where it's heading, and share some thoughts about what has transpired since we've last met. So you have a presentation, I believe, in front of you that I will speak to, but just to kind of give you a reintroduction of who we are and why we're here. I am Chris Phillips. I'm principal architect with RRMM Architects. We are a Virginia-based, service-oriented architecture firm headquartered in Chesapeake. My office, however, is in Roanoke, and so I represent our Roanoke staff, and happy to be here. We are teamed with several experts in the field of architecture and engineering, but specifically animal shelter design, and we do that because this is a very complex building type. And so we have a national expert that we have consulted with, Shelter Planners of America. They are based in Arlington, Texas, and they are solely shelter planners. This is their expertise. So you have truly the best of the best working on this project for you. And so you have a little bit about RRMM and a little about shelter planners there in that presentation. I won't go over all those things. We also have quite an extensive team of other engineers and consultants to help navigate through the project. Now, work to date. You all may recall we interviewed for this project several years ago. It's hard to believe it's been that long, but you interviewed us to complete a study. The scope of the work of the study was to determine the need for the shelter, to help program a shelter, to understand how big the shelter needed to be at that time based on not only human population but animal population as well. And we do that through record search and so forth, working with your shelter directors. We completed that study in 2021, and then upon completion of that study, submitted a proposal for comprehensive design services, of which you approved partially for us to proceed. And so we did. We have completed topographic and utility survey, as well as a geotechnical engineering subsurface investigation, soils investigations. Since that time, those two things have been completed. We also have identified the need for a water line extension, so we've submitted a proposal to help you through that process with the town as well, the town of Burkeville, to get the public utility to the site. And we have completed a schematic design level package for the project based on the study. Total cost spent to date, soft cost, and what I mean by soft cost, so far all you've incurred are our fees of $19,000, almost $20,000 of that completed comprehensive design proposal. So we have not proceeded too far down the path until, lo and behold, we all know what we've been dealing with for the past couple of years with COVID and the pandemic and the impact it has had on everything we do in our life, our society, and even construction. And so we'll visit that in a little bit, but we first want to ask the question, and we've asked this question for several years now, is why do we want to build a shelter? Why does Nottoway County and the CARES group and the citizens want to build a shelter? Well, first of all, it's a very simple principle of adoption. To increase adoption, you need to increase visitation and visibility. And right now, as we'll talk about in a minute, your existing shelter is not in a visible or place that invokes visitation. So your adoption rates are low, and as we've heard already this afternoon, your shelter is at capacity pretty much all the time these days. So that is really the primary large overarching principle of why would a county, a municipality build a shelter, is to help control that animal population through adoption. Your existing shelter we'll review just quickly. It's about 30 years old. The location does not promote adoption. You've received multiple sightings from the state veterinarian's office about its inadequacies. There are no toilet facilities in that shelter for the staff that operate it. It's undersized based on current and future animal planning and the human population of Nottoway County. We try to look into our magic ball and see what the next 10, 15, 20 years looks like, and that's very difficult to do. But we do know that the current shelter is undersized. It does not support the humane care of animals as it is due to its design. The building is deteriorating, thus when the building deteriorates and you have animal population at capacity, you often run into hygiene problems and it's very difficult to clean. Water supply is an issue. Disease is an increase, and even beyond all of that, the state of Virginia code requires counties and municipalities and governing agencies to provide a shelter for the citizens of the county and their stray animals. So that's an overview of your current shelter, why you might build it, why you might consider it, and why you have hired RRMM and our team to evaluate that process for you and help you through it. So we tried to stipulate a few design goals from the beginning. Why would we build it and how we would build it. And then what is the end result? So we always begin with the end in mind. You want to create a facility that utilizes best practices in humane care, prevent disease by having medical isolation and quarantine areas. We've already heard from a citizen today about quarantining animals. Reduce stress in animals through better separation and flow, thus creating an environment that and animals that are more adoptable. Create warm and welcoming facilities to the public with good soundproofing. Focus on education and prevention through an environment filled with useful information, specifically about spay and neuter programs. And ultimately create a pleasant and effective workspace for your staff that have to run this shelter. So those are the goals we set out in the study with you all months ago, years ago now. And so that 2021 study, we identified a shelter that was approximately a need at that time of approximately 4,725 square feet. That would have been the bare minimum at that time. That study was completed in March of 2021. We have provided at that time an estimated cost, and as I said earlier, the pandemic has affected everything. So the cost of construction has increased significantly, not just for shelters, but for any general construction in the market right now. At the time of the study, we projected roughly $273 per square foot to build the shelter that was designed in the study. Shelters are not inexpensive to build, even prior to pandemic, because while they may appear to be simple design from the street, they are very complex mechanically, and from a plumbing perspective, also very complex. And the costs of that, and that affects the cost. So escalation, if we were to build the same shelter that we designed in the study, if we were to build it today, several years later, after the pandemic has hit and affected the market, you would see an increase in cost that is significant. The original budget for total project cost in the study was $1,595,929. That is the budget that we as a group worked together to establish that we thought we could make. We could do this. Pandemic hit and escalation ensued. Steel prices went up 300%, so that affects everything as well. Escalation to 2022. If we were to build the same shelter, same footprint, 4,700 and some odd square feet, that price would now be $1,984,427. That is if we did nothing to the design that we did 2 years ago. So the results of the pandemic and escalation have been significant. So we have since moved into schematic design. Schematic design helps us refine what we did in the study. Through schematic design, we have had audience with the CARES group, as well as several of you and Mr. Costin, and also the shelter director. And what we have learned is in the past several years, the animal need has increased, and the shelter that was designed in the study will likely be too small if we were to build that today. So we have evaluated options to increase the size of that building. And in schematic design level, we are at 5,685 square feet. So we've grown just shy of 1,000 square feet, but we can house, and I should be clear, this is a shelter planner. Shelter planners would share this with you as well. We're not housing animals. Our intent is to have those animals adopted, but it gives you greater capacity to handle the need that's in the county today, as well as looking in the future. That additional 1,000 square feet, just shy of 1,000 square feet, will allow for 5 additional dog kennels, which would give you greater separation from adoptable animals versus quarantined animals. Quarantined animals would include court cases, as well as diseased animals that are either on the mend or they have to make decisions on what to do with. It also increased the cat adoption area. We understand the cat population in the county has significantly increased, so some square footage was added there for isolation and quarantine of cats, which we did not have in the study. So you have there in front of you a new proposed plan of 5,685 square feet and a rendering of what it might look like. And this is just a conceptual rendering. As you can see, we tried to make it very inviting and a warm environment for visitation and thereby increase the adoption rate. So let's talk numbers and what we are looking at today. If this building were to be built today, and using the same factors and percentages, and $350 a square foot to build it, today's dollars, we would be at a grand total, and you have the line items there in front of you, but I'll just go to the grand total. Estimated grand total cost would be $2.647 million to build this shelter today. And I have done a small exercise there on the next slide to show you the impact of the expansion. So 525 square feet for dogs and 185 roughly square feet for cats, increasing that square footage. That move alone to make the building more right-sized to today's need, based on the numbers we have from the shelter directors, adds $330,655 to the overall budget. So just breaking that out, that's part of that 2.6 number, but I thought you'd like to see how making the building larger impacts the overall cost. So that's where we are today. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have about where we are and what the next steps may be. And I welcome any conversation you'd like to share.
I have one quick question. This is all German to me. How many runs does that give the dogs, and how many runs does that give the cats?
That's a great question. So initially, I believe the study had 15 or 16 dog runs, and those are both indoor and outdoor. So it allows for some outdoor time, which is healthy for the animals. We increased that by 5 additional runs total, and that allows for, I think, a grand total of, we were at just over 21 or 22 kennels total.
Now, is those the same kennels will be, of those 21 runs, that'll be, some of them be holding cats, or is the cats
No, that's
separate?
just dogs. Cats have to be separated because of obvious reasons, but also because of disease control. Cats carry different diseases that spread a little differently, so the cats themselves, I think I'm not quite sure how many numbers we have in there with the expansion, but I believe it's somewhere in the neighborhood of 15 to 20 cats can be kept in the facility. But that includes isolation and adoptable cats.
Okay.
Madam Chair, Mr. Phillips, so thank you for coming tonight. It's good seeing you again.
Good to see
You
you
look younger than you did 3 years ago.
I don't believe that for a minute.
Look,
I'm pretty sure
that came up, and I'm looking at that print, and I'm glad the expansion. You heard tonight. One of the guys not big enough, and the restroom. It just goes on, and I appreciate you bringing that out. Some of the citizens of Burkeville have asked me, and it looks like it's right. The unloading and unloading of the animals, they're going like a garage type thing. You shut the door. In other words, I'm using what happened to Miss Wallace and what Donna, her daughter, brought up tonight. Yes. That it's a dangerous dog. It is. We don't want nobody to unload that dog. Get out in Burkeville, trying to get it loaded up.
Right.
How would that work?
So I skipped over it fairly quickly, but if you flip back to, I believe it's slide 15, there's a site, just a very rudimentary site plan.
Yeah, I got you.
So what you're speaking of is a sally port, much like you would have in a correctional facility or a police station. And the intent there is, just like you said, Mr. Bowman, sometimes these animal control officers have to deal with difficult situations, animals that are dangerous or can be dangerous if in the wrong situation. Right. And so the sally port works, there's 2 levels of security. The first is there is a gated parking lot. So once that animal control vehicle enters that parking lot, the gate is closed automatically. So step 1, the dog or dangerous animal cannot get out of that gated area. Step 2 is a true sally port, so it is a garage type overhead door, and they can back the dog, the truck, and the kennel that the dog is in directly into that sally port, unload the dog, close the door, and it is contained. Right. There is a containment area just inside of the sally port where they can do a health check on the dog and control the animal before putting it in a quarantine kennel there in the dog run area.
Gotcha. Thank you. I mean, people have been asking me about that, so I appreciate that.
Absolutely.
Well, where are we? Like, so that, yeah, go ahead, Madam Chair. You know, you might know more about it than I do.
Now, Mr. Phillips, do you anticipate that construction costs are going to be coming down in the near future?
I wish I could answer that question in truth. I do feel like the market is stabilizing, but is not coming down nearly as fast as it increased. I think we averted or avoided a huge issue. I hope we have. I haven't watched the news today, but the potential strike of the railroad would have put construction into a tailspin quickly. I think we've avoided that. I have not seen the news this evening. So we're kind of stable right now. We're in a flat market, but it's still an expensive market. I am hopeful that it will decrease. I just can't say when. And I don't think it will ever be what it was 2 years ago. This is just my personal professional opinion. I have no inside information from market analysts to tell me that. It's just my hunch is we're never going to see what we were pre-pandemic. Even if, are we in a recession? Are we not? I don't know that anyone has clarity on that right now.
Okay.
I know that a lot of members of the CARES Committee here. Does anyone wish to speak this evening?
Thank you all very much.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it.
Good evening, Madam Chairman and Supervisor Simpson, Supervisor Vaughn, Supervisor Rourke, Supervisor Bowen, and County Administrator Mr. Costin. Thank you for letting Nottoway Cares be a part of this presentation. I am Sally Wilkerson, but tonight I get to be Jack Boswell, our chairperson.
Oh,
And I am
tell
honored.
Don't tell everybody that one.
He sends you his greetings, and I know he has long awaited for this day of the updated presentation of this plan. He's currently mending well, and CARES is looking forward to when he will have a full recovery. You can be certain that Jack is most certainly present here tonight with his, he has had his invaluable input this whole week as Celia and I have worked on, what few things we would like to say to you this evening. And he keeps that strong hand on the approach of to build a better shelter. Following Mr. Phillips' presentation, there are some points that Nottoway Cares would like to bring again to your attention and emphasize. Before the meeting, I gave a brief handout that you all may have on your desks now. It has the Nottoway seals on it, and this is what Celia and I will be briefly talking to you about. The first thing is that we would like to introduce for you to think of and to recommend from Nottoway Cares to rename this from the animal shelter to a new identity for a new shelter. And our identification is that we would like to name it the Nottoway County Shelter and Adoption, and we want to put quotes around that, Adoption Center. You just heard the architect talk to you about the importance of adoption. That, is something that a lot of the Virginia counties have changed, their names from just being the animal shelter, little green sign you see as you go down the highway, to where they're now having adoption, because it is essential to have a successful program. Some of the counties, just to give you a few instances, is Prince George has added it, Montgomery County to our west, Chesterfield County has added it to them. Goochland has added it. And today, when I was looking online, Virginia Beach has added adoption in their name. I'm going to turn the rest of the points over to Celia beforehand. There are myself, Celia, and Dr. Carr is in the back. We have worked very hand in hand with the architect. He has been so helpful to us that we hope we've been helpful to you all and to the citizens of the county. And Celia will finish up, and we promise we won't keep you long.
Thank you.
It's a lot of pressure to be very
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
There is a lot of support for this shelter in the community and in the county. It was initiated at a grassroots level, of course. There's been unanimity on the need. There have been different views about what it should be, what the form should be, where it should be, but everybody agrees we should have a new shelter. And there has been persistence, as has been spoken to before, and determination to make this reality. Over $300,000 has been raised from people who believe in this project without ever seeing a plan, without ever knowing that this was a commitment that might absolutely happen. The donors to Nottoway Cares have been overwhelmingly a majority of people, residents, businesses, and organizations from Nottoway County, or with connections to Nottoway County. And the gifts have been large to small, from $50,000 to $25. The Dollars for Dogs and Cats collection canisters we've had around the county, over $3,500 and growing just from nickels and dimes. The total contributions, and the handout that Sally mentioned includes this, but total contributions to date is before you. So with cash contributions of $325,000, with $50,000 from the Mary Morton Parsons Foundation Challenge Grant, which we successfully exceeded by $4,000. That's $50,000. We have $55,000 in pledges. We have $1,300 in kind, which we know is way undercounted. So add to that the value of the land that's been donated, and there's $481,000 plus that have been contributed thus far. The CARES Board unanimously supports this revised plan that Chris just presented to you. And our conclusion was based on a lot of effort, in that we think the plan is realistic and functional and sustainable and really does meet current and long-term needs. So we reviewed this plan and we researched other shelters and state requirements. We visited other shelters both in Virginia, and we had discussions with shelters outside of Virginia. We also looked at operations of these facilities, volunteers, adoptions, partnerships, because that all relates to the facility. And this really is a good plan. And it's a good plan at the level that Chris presented. So, of course, we urge you to adopt it, to approve it in its revised state. But, and this is important, if you cannot justify allocating $2.6 million now, at this time, we urge you not to close the door on the idea of this revised plan, but to pursue additional funding sources to make it happen, such as the Petco grant that has been applied for. There are other sources. Nottoway Cares is committed to continued fundraising beyond our goal. Our goal is $500,000. We're closing in on it. We are committed to keep going as much as necessary. And, you know, we're very confident about other fundraising opportunities that really could significantly defray some of these costs. They include donations in kind of major things like fencing, landscaping, sponsorships and naming opportunities that would provide furnishings and some of the features of the shelter. But in order to pursue these opportunities, an approved plan is necessary. So council were ready. We really believe that together we can figure this out. I mean, this is a hurdle, but it's a goal that everybody seems to want. And we really do thank you for your continued support.
Thank
Thank you.
Thanks to all of you on the committee. What you've done has been amazing. Dr. Carr, do you have any comments tonight?
I second both ladies and want to just comment that the community that I see is wholeheartedly in favor. It is not a price. It is the bare necessities that the next 20 years need. The animals need it. We have bites weekly. The shelter workers do not have a safe place to even take an aggressive dog in right now. It's a liability, and it has to be registered. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks to all of you. Chris?
I do have one question from the audience that I'll share. Excuse me.
Well, you broke it, you bought it.
You guys should hire an architect to look at this boardroom. So a question was asked of me, how can we be sure that what we build, if you all choose to build this shelter, whether it be the study concept plan or the plan that we have before you today, how can we be sure that it's not undersized the day it opens? And that's a great question. It's one that we grapple with just about any building that we try to do from a public facility. K-12 schools, we have a very similar conversation. How can we be sure we have enough classrooms when it opens? Well, shelters are a little different, and it's a very difficult question to answer. We try to look at the projections of population growth as far out as we can. Those numbers are projections. They're imaginary, right? It's very difficult to know. But the principle that applies to this is when you build a shelter and it is visible and it is one that people will visit, your adoption rate increases. So how do we know, how can we be sure it's not going to be too big or too small when it opens? Is because we have seen statistically, Shelter Planners of America sees it every time they open a door, that when you build a shelter, people come and they adopt, and that's how you keep it from being too small. You don't build a shelter for 20 years from now, because then you have a lot of space that you're paying to heat, cool, and run and operate that may never have an animal in it for the next 10 years. You build a shelter that works for today, tomorrow, a few years into the future, with the hope that that shelter then becomes a place that people want to visit and they want to adopt an animal. And you keep your adoption rates high and your stay rates short. That's the intent, and that's how the buildings are sized when we design them.
Thank you.
Sure. Thank you all.
Thanks again to everyone.
And Madam Chairman, members of the board, this item will come up later in the agenda.
So Madam Chair, so this is coming back up to full, so just a point of discussion. Nottoway Cares, they asked us, to commit, and because they need that commitment from us to start raising money, and they did their part, and all we said, we committed. I said we commit, and they moved forward, and of course I had to eat my words. I thought, well, maybe they will raise $20,000. Okay, shut up, Steve. But anyhow, it's overwhelming. And you can see there's a silent majority of people out there in Nottoway County who may not say a lot, but they'll put up, in a minute to help our animals out here in Nottoway County. So I think what we're looking at is we need to prove. We're trying to prove this plan, but we also need to start having some type of construction goals, whether we start doing some more site work or something, because what I'm hearing from, what I heard from Mr. Phillips tonight, what are we going to do? We're going to sit here and wait. We think when it's going to get down, prices are going to come down. I don't think it is either for a while. And next thing, and they put a sign up right up there to say, the future site. And so we've made that commitment. And so I know we need to talk about whether we're going to approve this print, but the next step is those construction goals. I mean, so it's time to put up some money, and we got to decide what we want to do, because when are we going to start? We can't sit there and say well, let's wait another year or 2 years. I don't, you know, we need it, okay? So, and I know it's going to be some hard decisions we have to make, but just want to throw that out there to the board, and you might as well start talking to your citizens, and that's what's ahead of us, okay? Anyway, thank you for letting me speak.
All right, so next on the agenda, we have Piedmont Regional Juvenile Detention Center, Spring Johnson, Superintendent and ADM.
Madam Chair, Administrator Costin, members of the board, thank you for allowing me to speak before you tonight. Promise you I won't be long because ABM has a much more extensive presentation for you. However, I stand here as the superintendent of the Piedmont Regional Juvenile Detention Center located in Prince Edward County, and we serve Amelia, Buckingham, Cumberland, Lunenburg, Nottoway counties. October 1st of 2022, we will be celebrating our 21st anniversary of being open. We serve the counties for juveniles ages 8 to 17. Fortunately, we have not had an 8-year-old. We're a 20-bed facility, and I take a lot of pride in expressing to you some of the services that we provide for our kids. We do education, mental health, medical, and any other necessary basic needs that they meet. Most of the kids are there anywhere from 1 to 21 days, and sometimes it may go over that, depending on the need. The only way that a kid can come to us is through the court system. And pre-pandemic, we were pretty steady. Post-pandemic, we're starting to climb our numbers back again, but they still haven't gotten back to where they were before, but we're working on that. There's been numerous studies going on now, especially by JLARC, in which they're trying to determine the needs, the effectiveness of juvenile detention centers. We have 24 in the state of Virginia. We have 2 20-beds, and Piedmont is a 20-bed, and Henrico County is a 20-bed. Our largest facility is 121 beds in Fairfax County. We provide excellent service for our kids. Of course, nobody wants their child to be locked up, but if they're there, I think Piedmont's staff just goes over and beyond providing those services. Now, in the 21 years that we have been there, we've had to have some major repairs done, such as roof, boilers, and chiller. And Piedmont took on those expenses. Now we're in need of some other major repairs, and that's why we stand before you. And does anyone have any questions of me in regards to this, to the center?
No.
Okay, I'm going to turn it over to ABM, and they're going to do the rest of it for me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Administrator Costin. ABM is speaking along with Spring tonight. What we want to do today is represent the Piedmont Regional Juvenile Center in a partnership with ABM and their commissioning board to speak with you about what Spring was speaking of, comprehensive capital improvement project for her facility, much like the plan that we put in place in the project we are working on for Nottoway County right now. So you have in your board packet a short slide deck presentation that we're going to speak through quickly for you to give you details into the development efforts, our recommendation, and the project that stands before you and has been recommended and approved on by the commissioning board, Spring, and the ABM team as well. What has gone into it is much like the investment grade audit process that we ourselves have done for Nottoway County, where we have done safety analytics, security analytics, technology-focused solutions, and understanding and doing a deep dive of all assets and mechanical components at the facility. We have gathered all utility operations and maintenance information and spend, much to what Spring just mentioned in terms of her spend, consumption, and costs. understanding her consumption, understanding what facility improvement measures are required and needed for a 21-year-old building, and all the assets that are at their end of useful life as they stand to date. And what we're going to share with you to date is a comprehensive plan that's going to be a 15-year protected, guaranteed performance, fixed firm pricing, and just as we have given to you, one single point of accountability and firm fixed pricing with a guaranteed performance for the next 15 years for her facility. Whit's going to share with you a little bit more about the asset grading that we have done for her facility, much like you've seen from Nottoway County.
Thank you. So slide 4 in your packet, it is a bit of an eye chart, but we've done a complete inventory of energy and mechanical assets at the juvenile center. And you can see Spring mentioned that they did replace their chiller and boiler some years ago, but there are a lot of other components that are tied to those pieces of equipment that are original to the facility. 5 air handler units, a rooftop on the roof that are at the end of their useful life, as well as exhaust ventilation fans. So you can see that list, but a summary is on slide 5, where you have a significant amount at the center has a really kind of a failed, received a failed letter grade. Just trying to keep it simple here. Currently there are 12 of the exhaust fans, and only 3 of them are currently operable. So there is need for indoor air quality or indoor air ventilation at the center as it stands now. So what we're looking to do is provide a complex or comprehensive solution that's going to address the center for the next 15 or 20 years, and that is to replace those 5 rooftop units with new units, as well as replace all the exhausts, as well as some different pumps that need to be replaced. But you'll see from the pie chart on the right, that will return this new equipment to A status, leaving the center with 0 Ds and Fs. So it'll set the center up for long-term success. If you go to slide 6, you'll see specifically the technical categories that we have recommended to the Commission Board.
Can I interrupt you?
Sure.
I think we changed out some of the slide numbers.
If you're looking at the slide that has Piedmont Juvenile Center and it has the technical solution slide with bullet points.
With a picture of the center to the right.
Correct. And on the right, you will see current operating costs.
Yeah, you remember I asked you to renumber and you resent it to me? That's oh, okay, all right, okay, because they're not seeing the pie chart.
I'm not seeing the pie chart, but I can see what the upgrades are.
Excellent.
Yeah, right.
So you see the technical solutions that we're including? Okay, perfect.
Okay. Okay, so we'll jump to that. So the technical solutions, you've heard me pay some mention to, but when the boiler was replaced, the pumps that circulate the hot water throughout the building, they were not replaced. One of them is currently down, so there's no redundancy. So we're proposing implementing or putting in new pumps for the boiler as well as the chiller. A new building automation system is also included in the program. Much like your phones, the technology gets old and obsolete over time, so Spring and her team, they don't have the ability to accurately control that building. And then some of the largest work is going to take place on the roof, and that is replacing the 5 rooftop units that are original to the building, as well as replace the 12 exhaust fans. And again, this is really required to bring in that fresh air that helps keeps the building healthy. I mean, currently we're at about 25% of the required minimum. We're also looking to reconnect some exhaust air, that's what the EA stands for, ducts, and do a full testing and balance, which is the TAB, to ensure that the system is operating as intended and as designed. Now, we're also going to do energy conservation measures, much like we're doing here at the county complex, and that is to implement LED lighting. Not only will that help with energy savings, but that'll also help with operational savings, because Spring and her team won't have to go and replace as many light bulbs as they're currently having to do. Doing away with the ballast and putting in direct LED lighting is going to give a much longer life as well as save energy. We're looking at the entire building envelope. So we're going to be tightening up the building to make sure that we're not losing that conditioned air outside of the building where we don't want it to through leaks and cracks. And also water efficiency upgrades. So you've got stainless steel fixtures that are going to last 50+ years, but the actual flush valves and the guts of those components need to be upgraded. So we'll use less water. We'll also put in some controls to prevent the misuse of water. And then also very important for this project is security upgrades, which is the last bullet point on the slide. Spring is working with an original to the building security system, and there's a lot of limitations with the cameras, so we're going to put in a new security system that's going to allow her and her team to more effectively monitor the facility. Any questions on these proposed technical categories?
You want that cash or credit card? No, I'm just
Check
kidding.
is fine.
It's probably it's not a question directed to them, probably you, Mr. Costin. It's a regional, so you know, it's 2.8, so I'm sure that's divided by
6.
6. Okay. So my question is, does all 6 have to agree to this before it goes forward, this project?
I would believe that would be the expectation, that all
Okay.
6.
Has any of the other 5 committed yet?
To 3, we have 3 remaining, or we have 2 remaining after tonight.
Okay.
What we can tell you is 2 of them are strongly considering using whatever is remaining of their ARPA funds. One is one is severely or significantly looking at solar revenue.
Mm-hmm.
The other 2, we have a hunch, we have a notion that they're going to look at whatever is remaining on ARPA funds. They're also going to try to put down a significant down payment that will help and benefit everybody else at looking at doing more of the financing annual payment.
Okay.
So what you've seen in your board packet is up for a little bit of customization and flexibility. You've seen options that are 0 down, 50K down. We'd be more than happy to work with Nottoway if you wanted to do something like $25,000 down and change your annual payment. Or if you have remaining ARPA funds, we will work with you on your 6th portion. But every county seems to be having a little bit of a different track, but they're all
Gotcha.
looking at something down
Right.
and then something per year.
Okay.
Right.
Everything's consistent from what we've seen thus far and what we anticipate for the remainder.
Is this?
That's correct.
So the breakout that we provided, just some options, that's just to show that there's a lot of flexibility in how it gets funded, and not every locality has to do the same. Essentially, there's $467,000 per locality needed for the project, and that can be done as a one-time, or you can see various options here, and Chrissy's point, anything in between we can come up with.
I got you.
Anything else?
Again, this item will come up later in the
Okay.
agenda.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We've also brought members of our project management team.
Oh.
If you'd like to hear an update on your project, we could provide that now. Tom?
I'll be extremely brief.
Okay, go for it then.
Everything looking good? No.
We're
no.
on schedule and we're on budget. Seriously, the window work should start towards the end of this month, beginning of next month. The LED lighting upgrades will start the beginning of next month. Some of the mechanical equipment's being delayed as with so many other things. However, we were fortunate enough to get the units, the mechanical units, HVAC, for the sheriff's office. We've accomplished that, and I know there is a water source heat pump in the courthouse that has been very problematic. We used our national buying power to acquire one of those at no extra cost to the county, by the way, and we're going to be able to replace that in the next week or 2. So, and then the rest of the project, the rest of the mechanical work and the electrical upgrades will last until approximately February or March. That's it, unless you have some questions.
Any questions? Good news.
you.
Thank you for sharing
thank you.
that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move on to department reports. Virginia Department of Transportation, Diana Bryan, Assistant Residency Administrator. Good evening.
Madam
Hey.
Chairman, members of the board, Mr. Costin, my knees are giving me a fit. When I sit a long time, it's a little difficult to stand, so
It's
that's
called
why
old
I had to
age.
get up
No.
a little bit.
Jesus.
Poking me in the nose. Okay, in addition to the report that's in your packet, I know everybody's happy to see that the mowing is finally taking place.
Yeah.
Secondary and primary mowing are ongoing at the same time. We're also doing a lot of tree and brush trimming. And the vegetation is growing tremendously, but we're trying to keep a handle on that. We're utilizing some contracts and state forces as well. The Route 670 High Point Road project, the rural rustic, that is now complete. The bridge out here on 460 Business, I know you all may have noticed that there's a new traffic pattern out there right now. They did switch over to the other lane. And currently, you know, we do have an end date in sight. It looks like it's going to be complete within the next couple of months. So I just want to make sure that everybody pays attention to the lane change out there. The Route 46 bridge, there's not really any additional update other than they're looking at material delivery in September, October. So once the materials are delivered, that's when they're going to actually set their start date. Route 619, Tyler Road, we are still waiting for the inlaid markers to be completed on that road. And the anticipated date for that is first week of October. The roundabout at Route 40 and 750, which is right there at Pickett, that is still under development. It's very active. It's actually moved to consultant development now, so hopefully it'll move along a little faster. The Route 723 and 460 R cut is also under development, and that one is moving along as well. I intended on providing to you the 2023 surface treatment routes, but I failed to bring those with me this evening, so I will send those to you so you all are aware of what will be upcoming for 2023. And we did want to thank the board and the county for repairing the county spur, the railroad right there at Pickett. That job was really nice. It's a very nice approach, and it looks great, and everybody seems to be really happy with it, so thank you for taking care of that. I don't have anything additional over that. Do you all have anything for me?
I do. Ms. Bryant, I believe before, did y'all do a partial study of East Courthouse Road between this location and Cellar Creek? At one point about
East Courthouse?
Yes, ma'am.
From McCune, around there? Yes, we
ma'am.
did.
All right, and I believe y'all reduced the speed down to 40.
I think there were some advisory signs that were put out there.
Okay, all right. What is the chance of getting that, a study done to that whole road? It's a set of S-curves back there, and there's been another accident in an S-curve because of additional speed. And what we've been seeing too is in the mornings, school traffic is trying to duck around the buses. And then at when the schools let out at roughly 3 o'clock at Piney Green and East Courthouse, it is becoming a free-for-all. They're just completely ignoring the stop signs there.
That's an enforcement issue.
I'm offering to set up a video camera if we need to protect the citizens out there and turn that over to law enforcement. And the accident, if you actually turn from Piney Green and are headed towards Cellar Creek, prior as you first start getting that S-curve, you see where they run up in the road. I don't even know if it was reported or if they left the scene. I hadn't talked to any emergency services about that, but you can clearly see that they were coming the opposite way too fast through that curve and slid into the woods there.
Well, we have a residency safety person who will actually go out there and do a cursory review of the road, and I don't know how much of the East Courthouse was taken into the study that we just finished, but it was there at McCune and around that curve right there. but I don't know how much further that went. So you're looking to have the study performed from what route?
From the bridge here to Suller Creek. And if we can get the speed reduced down to 45 or 40 on that entire road. We have,
We'll look into it and provide the board a summary.
okay, well, I appreciate it. Thank you very much. That was all I had, Madam Chair.
Yes, there's a couple of things. The road that goes by Crew Village Apartments, and the school buses go down that road. The road is awful. There's a lot of potholes that needs to be fixed. Also,
Which road are you?
that's the road that comes in between Crew Village Apartments and you have Yoder's on the other side. It comes in the backside there.
I don't think that's a state maintained.
I think it's Crew. That's Crew's.
Yeah, we're talking about paving that.
Okay.
So that road is being
Mhm.
addressed right now through Crew.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that road's bad.
And
It's really bad.
It's really bad.
Very bad.
And also signage on Hungertown Road. There's a family that lives out there and their children get on the school bus and there's no signage that says children to be picked up or anything to notify people when they come through there that there are children that's going to be loading on the buses. And they were turning around in their turns, the buses were, but now they go to Lunenburg and come back.
So you're looking for a school bus stop ahead sign?
Yes. And I do have the address. I will email that to you.
Yes.
Madam Chair, if I may, Ms. Simmons, would you like to join me, because Melody Lane splits both our districts. And when I was speaking about the dangers on East Courthouse, several citizens asked about I don't know if it's an enforcement issue, I don't know what the speed limit is, but they were asking to either have another study done on Melody Lane.
Yeah, they did.
Or to reduce it, or if it's an enforcement issue.
We just did a study on Melody Lane.
Okay.
And we provided the results of that study. We put additional signs, and everything that was recommended we did put in place. So, and that's just been within the last year, so there's probably no conditions that have changed.
Right.
That would trigger a new study to be done.
I think, is there still a lot of construction traffic coming from Piedmont up there, like, usually like when they're going to lunch? Because I was like, I didn't know what was going on
Isn't
there.
that road open now, Steve?
No, I mean, the
Both
traffic from the.
entrances are
Both
open.
entrances are open now.
Yeah, so that'll cut back on the
Yeah,
traffic.
I know like Mr. Reynolds, Mr. Roger Reynolds, a couple others still had some concerns about the traffic on that road. So, I mean, I'm just trying to figure out what we can do next.
Yeah. There have been complaints about that.
Yeah. All right, well,
Okay. That's all.
Yep.
I have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Were you here when that,
Yeah,
maybe you're saying?
Asking, on 307?
Yeah, did you hear Ms. Cruz from Piedmont Regional Soul?
Yes, she actually gave me a copy.
Okay,
of the
so you
letter
go
that
with that.
she
Okay.
gave to the county.
Thank you.
Yes.
That's all.
Yeah, she pays attention.
I didn't know if you came in late. I don't know. I'm sorry. There's a big crowd here tonight.
Madam Chairman, if I may, I'd like to relate back to something that Ms. Bryant gave us. And thank you for the shout out about the rail spur. I know that was a difficult decision for the board given the expense, but it was presented to us by VDOT as a public safety issue. And there was some thought given to, do we really need it? Literally, as the project was wrapping up, we got an inquiry from the Virginia Economic Development Partnership asking if we had any sites that had a rail spur. And we could say yes. Unfortunately, the next question is, do we have natural gas? And we had to say no. And we even explored the option of propane, any kind of alternative fuel source, and it wasn't working for that particular client. But they know we're out here, and they know we have a rail spur, and that's in good shape now. But I'd also like to thank, actually, Mr. Colburn's left, but the paper ran an article, a picture in the paper about how bad the situation was. And Doran Landscaping came to us and said that they could help us. And this is after I had talked to a couple of national rail companies that said, no, they couldn't help us, they couldn't touch it. And so I'd like to give both those, the Courier Record and Doran Landscaping a shout out for helping us get through that project.
All right.
Thank you. I don't think we have anybody here from solid waste tonight. Building inspections, Mr. Lewis still here?
It was here.
He's gone, okay. And Dr. Grimes is not here. Mr. Hyde, do you wish to speak to your report in the package this evening?
Yes, ma'am. I'll be brief. Good evening.
Good evening.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Mr. Costin, staff, citizens. Just a few things. You've got my monthly report. And as always, I'm here for questions afterwards, but let me highlight a couple things. Well, actually several things I just wanted to go over briefly. Update on the radio communications project. The key here is phase 1 is on schedule. It started in March 22, and it's going to, and now we're in September, and it's ending phase 1. So that's important to know that CTA is going to now move to phase 2, and they are very much going to keep all of us in the loop. So sometime in the next couple board meetings, it may push out a month just because of the date of the board meeting. But they wanted to meet with us at the end of September, and as you know, you're not meeting then, so maybe October we can fit them in. So if you can work through Mr. Costin to ask if you want to be part of the next board meeting, or do you want an individual meeting with them to brief, just to brief on the needs assessment. And they're going to have another level meeting for stakeholders, all the people that helped us get to this point. Big shout out to Fire and EMS, law enforcement. All of them have been a part of this. Just been super. It's been wonderful to have stakeholder input, as it should be. The next item is further down your list, and an update on the end of the radio communications. It's probably going to be more like March of 25 if we see it through to full implementation. December is in your report, December 24. I was able to get that date from their initial quote and their initial contract. But the way things are with the industry and with stakeholder input, we took a little longer in the first phase to make sure all stakeholder input was obtained from all the various fire, EMS, law enforcement, I believe school bus, transportation division, et cetera. So it's going to be, they don't want to overpromise, so just look at March 25 as being a possibility, and they may still be on target for December. Good news on the shelter upgrade grant for the human shelter. The 3 designated schools that we received an upgrade grant for has just been completed by a big shout out to Robbie Templeton with the Nottoway County Public School Maintenance Division. Robbie's been a big partner in this, and he's been fabulous. He called me yesterday and said that he had now had the tanks installed. So your tanks on your generators are now double the size that they were during the ice storm. And he has now monitoring equipment that will actually send the levels of the tank to his smartphone. So all these things were part of a grant that we achieved through VDEM, and that's been in your packet along the way, and that is now complete. The only thing we have left in the total grant is Shannon Reed with the Department of Social Services is working with me on some signage, and that was included in the grant as well. And then we'll close that grant out. Good news is we have another grant cycle coming in February, and we very much plan to put in again for further upgrades to those 3 shelters and whatever may be needed. So I've reached out to Shannon Reed and asked her to put together a list with social services on what we may need with that. The other item would be, as far as the fire and EMS study, you may be wondering where we are with that in the after action report with the ice storm. They're moving along pretty well. They are really part of a playbook. I have a worksheet where the after action report from the ice storm is coupled with the fire and EMS study that was done by the state. And it's a mixture of about 38 to 40 items. And those are our playbook items. They're not the only thing that daily task involved, but they are a big part of it. And so right now, we're at about 9 tasks in the fire and EMS study that were identified back in July of 21. We are working about 9 of those. Some, I think 1 or 2 are completed. The others are very much on the way and ongoing. So one of the things is strategic planning with the fire and EMS chiefs and their agencies, and that's moving along, and that'll always be ongoing. But some of the things that have come out of that is Recruitment and Retention Committee. We've had grant assistance provided to the fire and EMS departments. That's ongoing. Knox box upgrades, and for those of you that are not familiar with Knox box out in the audience and the ones listening in from home tonight, Knox box is a box that has a secure key that the fire department controls the security of. And they're able to go to a building and unlock the box with their master key to get another key to allow them to access for fire purposes and whatever other emergencies that may come up. So that upgrade is going on, and that was in our budget this year for the emergency services. It is important for everyone to know that COVID-19 protective measures is in place. A lot of people use CARES money throughout their counties to pay for COVID-related expenses. What we're doing here in Nottoway County, we're not unlike some counties, but many counties are not doing this, is that we are tapping the federal government funds through public assistance. And it's money that's already on the table, and you could get 100% reimbursement up to July 1 of this year from the beginning of COVID, which was back in January of 2020. So that's a long period of time that we can get 100% reimbursement. So Ms. Tomer, the Assistant County Administrator, and I are working on this together, and this is ongoing. The President has not put a deadline on this yet, but round 2 is from July 2nd to whenever we can get 90% reimbursement. So we're in the 90% cycle now. We had quite a bit of expenses during the 100% cycle, and we have uploaded those, and we will be getting 100% reimbursement on those. And those are for things like cleaning, disinfecting, items that Nottoway County bought during COVID. So, and these are things that CARES money did not buy because you can't duplicate. So this is good that we can supplement that way. And that's ongoing and important for everybody to know. We're also resuming construction on the EOC this month. We went through the mitigation, that's complete. And now where we are is having the general contractor return to put the drywall up, and let's go ahead and wrap this up and have it complete. The class and crew went well Tuesday night, as you had a flyer for. Norfolk Southern came out, and we had about 40 people to attend. And a big shout out to Chief Val Wilson and the crew fire department for putting on some food for everyone and some drinks. It was a good time was had by all, and it was attended by law enforcement, fire, and EMS. And last but not least, we are meeting regularly with faith-based organizations. I had mentioned to you in a previous meeting that we have 48 identified. We have more than 48 faith-based organizations. And the group that we put together has now delegated out the list to where we're going and getting contacts on every church, finding out what their strengths are, what their enrollment is, and what they can do during a disaster. This is going to be a large group, and it's going to be a very energetic group. It's going to probably take 6 months to a year to build it out where it needs to be. But right now, if we needed them in a disaster, we could deploy through foam trees. And they're doing a really good job of updating that list. And that's all I had. If you know, just a couple highlights. I think you're receiving the newsletter. Mr. Vaughn, you're getting your paper copy. But we'll keep this going. It's an electronic newsletter that can be printed. Here's a copy. We keep this available. It's really for emergency services, the Board of Supervisors, just to keep you up on what's going on. It's kind of a duplicate, I guess, of the monthly report, but it has more in it. And the goal is to do it every 2 weeks. Right now it's every month, but we'll get to 2 weeks. With that, any questions? I'll be glad to answer.
I would just like, do we have a total on the amount of money we're going to be able to recover from with the 100% from COVID?
Well, you know, it's ongoing, but I can tell you we have put in $13,000 already.
Okay.
The threshold for the federal government was $3,300,
Okay.
roughly. And so we've already accumulated enough invoices for $13,000.
Okay.
So you can count on that coming back. And as you know, FEMA takes a while, so
Yeah.
it might take a year to get the money, but it's good that it's coming back to Nottoway County.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
I do have it.
Thank you, Mr. Vaughn.
Anything else?
Anytime you need a copy, just let me know.
All right, thank you,
Thank you.
Mr.
Good
Hyde.
evening.
Mr. Zodi, do you wish to speak to your report this evening?
I'm going to speak very quickly, Madam Chair. First of all, I'd like to thank you for bringing to our attention the Petco grant and Celia and Sheila for what they've done. We wouldn't have had a successful grant or a grant in. So I just want to say thank you all very much. It means a lot and it opens doors for me. Second, I think the shelter is an awesome idea. This is a quality of life issue that in the economic development people are looking at. They're looking at the quality, how we treat our animals, how we treat our kids and whatnot. So think about that. That parks and whatnot. Those are things that also attract the new industries to locate here. So I just want to leave you with that, but thank you.
That's a good point. Thank you.
Good point.
You're most welcome.
Thank you for your help with applying for the grant.
I just had to thank her working these two ladies.
Madam Chair, Madam Chair, could we back up 1 second to the animal control report?
Sure.
Okay. Well, first of all, too often, you know, what you hear out in public is the bad. We don't hear enough about the good, but tonight we were blessed to hear a lot about the good out here. And I think my concern right now is what else can we do to help, not with the shelter, but with what the ladies, well, currently one lady is having to deal with that. And I'll show you. Do y'all recognize this shirt? Steve, Mr. Vaughn, do y'all recognize this shirt? It's old raggedy one.
Looks pretty good compared to what I wear a lot of times.
There's a reason why I wore this shirt tonight. 5 years ago, I came before the Board of Supervisors with my arm in a sling wearing this shirt. And it was about animal control issues. And here we are still hearing about them. I think we need to make sure we are giving them the tools that they need, whether it's ordinance upgrades, reform to the procedures, what they're allowed to do. One of the things that I was told by one citizen was the report. And we're not there on the scene. So the numbers can be, like if you look at this, the animal control report, 142 calls. And the concern that was brought to me was that there was no violations written out of 142 calls. And if you divide that by 30, it's 4.7 calls a day and no violations written. Now, I've come to understand that there may be some issues in the court system where when charges are brought forth, they're almost, and I'm not stating this, I'm repeating this, that the courts may be looking for reasons not to prosecute. So where's the balance? I don't want our enforcement officers to get beat up. What can we do to help them if there is a lack somewhere? Well, number one, we know we're shorthanded. But if there's corrective action, we need to take that. If there's other actions we need to take to give them the tools they need to do their job so they're not unfairly judged by performance, I would just like to do that. I mean, we're asking the citizens to, you know, for donations to build a shelter, and I don't want anything to take away from that.
Madam Chair, run the agenda, please.
I beg your pardon?
Run the agenda.
We're getting close to 10 o'clock.
Sheila, I'm sorry, I totally overlooked your being there. Would you like to speak to your department? I'm sorry about that.
I wanted to address what you were saying. Basically, by giving out tickets instead of a compliance first, we have the court, I sit here for 4 hours, person has complied, it gets thrown out. So I start with the compliance first.
Right.
And they go get the rabies, county tax, whatever. I'm gonna have one now I'm working on, it's gonna bring 6 tickets.
Right.
So that's why you don't see a lot of tickets.
Yeah, and just to be clear, this was brought to me. This was not mine.
No, I understand.
Okay, so I just want to be, but I want to make sure that we're giving you guys what you need. If we need to review ordinances, look at adopting new ordinances, whatever you guys need to make sure that y'all can do y'all's job and the citizens feel safe, and that's a balance. So.
And Madam Chairman, members, if I can add, because I kind of cut my teeth in enforcement. And the idea is to get to compliance. And if you can get there with a tack hammer, you use a tack hammer,
right,
as opposed to pulling out the sledgehammer first. And I think that's what I know Sheila's done with a few cases that I've been involved in is, hey, I gave them a notice to comply, and they complied. Great, we got compliance. I gave them a notice to comply. I gave them another notice. I gave them more time, and we have to go to court.
Right.
Yeah, and like she says, that's a.
Well, I think it's fair to have this quick conversation right now so people can see, you know, what that plan is, why you're not seeing tickets written. It's because, you know, we are in a poverty-stricken county too. If you go out here hammering everybody with fines, who's that helping? Right. You know, you fine who needs to be fined, and the compliance, I think, is fair. But I think it's, thank you for clarifying that, absolutely.
Do you have anything else you'd like to report on from your area?
On dangerous dogs, I know there's an issue with the dog in Blackstone. My understanding is maybe not a dangerous dog, because procedurally it was done incorrectly. And the law does not dictate that I pick up a dangerous dog. If a dog is declared dangerous, it says the owner has 30 days to comply. If they do not comply, they either can put the animal down or I have to seize it. I just wanted to verify that.
Thanks for that clarification.
And in that case, even what you just said, there might have been some
offered
procedural errors,
everything going
but they are
forward.
complying with the dangerous dog.
Yes, they are.
Okay.
Even though it may not be a dangerous dog.
And I'm going to ask you to stay so we have the animal shelter conversation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sheila. Anyone else from the department that I've skipped over from departments that would like to speak? All right, we'll move on to constitutional officers. Sheriff Jones? Nothing? Ms. Watrous?
Nothing to report unless the board has any questions for me.
Thank you.
Any other constitutional officers here? All right, we'll go to unfinished business, appointments for Planning Commission, Library Board, Literacy Board, and SCWDB. Mr. Costin?
All right. The board will recall last month, as part of my report, I presented several, the status of several boards and commissions regarding appointments and how they're made, and so on and so forth. You have tonight before you some appointments that are offered up. First by the Library Board of Trustees for Sheila Harper, who represents the literacy program on that board. And then moving down to the Literacy Board itself, all the nominees, and the suggested motion is to appoint half for about a year, 1 year appointment, and the other half for a 2 year appointment. And then we go on to the Planning Commission. You have a list there of persons, all of whom have indicated that they would like to be reappointed. That standard appointment term is 4 years. The suggested motion following. And then there are 2 vacancies on the Planning Commission. Then you have another vacancy on the South Central Workforce Development Board. I had suggested that some consideration be given to making those appointments. I do want to say that several of these appointments are overdue, but that there is no penalty against the board that they serve, the appointing board, or the individual as they continue to serve. You're basically appointed to serve until you're reappointed or until you are replaced. So with that, I'll be happy to take any questions you all might have on these appointments. But we're trying to just basically catch up the books.
Are you looking for a motion tonight?
Yes, ma'am. I've got a suggested motion for each of these positions, or we can carry this over to the next month.
Madam Chair, I move that Sheila Harper be appointed to the Library Board of Trustees until August 31, 2026.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion passes related to Ms. Harper.
Madam Chair, I move Etta Neal, Terry Roll, and Gail, I'm going to destroy your last name, Salvasi, Kathy Bushbell, Esther Hudson be appointed to the Literacy Board for the term ending July 2023, and that Sheila Harper, Yvonne Wilson, Joe Salvasi, Alice Burkhead, Earl Lund, Diana Drinkwater be appointed to the Literacy Board for a term ending July 2024.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
Madam Chair, I move that the 4-year appointments to the Planning Commission be made as follows. Kirby Woodson beginning April 30th, 2022. Clarence E. Allen beginning July 30, 2022. Benjamin Perry beginning May 31, 2022. Hugh S. Jones beginning July 30, 2022. James Bruce beginning March 31st, 2022. And Paul Carter beginning April 30th, 2022.
All right, we have a second.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Okay. As far as motions for the
two
plan.
vacancies remain, as well as the South Central Workforce Development Board. Those can be carried over if the board so chooses.
Madam Chair, I have both of those appointments are in District 2. I have one lady that's going to be contacting Mr. Costin to get the information.
Okay. She's got an interest.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
So these will be carried over then.
Okay. Sounds like it. We'll carry those over. But I would like to point out that the one for the South Central Workforce Development Board is 3 years, and it has to be, the nominee has to be a business owner.
All right, next item on the agenda, Cox Waterline.
Madam Chairman, since your last meeting, I met with Mr. Van Orbeck concerning this to try to craft some language that the board could act on. And it's not, there's still continuing interest in this project, but you'll see that there's a fairly significant cost to the project, and you've got two versions of this in your board packet. One is basically from the existing end of the line to the Military Road entrance, and the other is all the way out to 460. Obviously, the focus is on that shorter run. The county must, the town has basically said it's necessary that they have to do the mandatory connection fees. I've given you some information here about the remaining amount of ARPA funds that are available from round 2. Right now it's $242,668. Likely very insufficient. There's grant opportunities have come and gone, but we would expect there'll be some other rounds of grant opportunities. There's the Tobacco Commission is always a possibility if there's some economic development opportunity along that line. But what I have suggested as a motion is defer action on this item until after an assessment of the complete financial impact on the Nottoway County budget, operational and capital can be made. This is essentially combining the ongoing Davenport study with concerning school board financing, and have that rolled in and looked at with all the other capital projects. And obviously got a couple other items coming up on the shelter where this is related. It's basically very much a money issue, and understanding the town's need to have the mandatory connection fees. So that's the mandatory connections. Be happy to take any questions you have at this time.
When the suggested motion says defer action, what exactly is the, and this is broad, what is the actions that we're deferring?
Well, I know that as I recall from the meeting last month, Mr. Van Orbeck and I were to get together to see if we could craft some language that would basically put the Town of Blackstone Council on notice that you all wanted to proceed with this project. He was not able to, we were not able to develop that language.
It seems that we've kind of moved from, we were asked just to give right-of-way, and now all of a sudden we're talking about all this money. How do we move so dramatically from just granting right-of-way for the town?
Well, it's not really a right-of-way or an easement issue. It's one of, we can green light it, but the town has basically indicated that it's not one of their priority projects right now. I know what the board wants to.
So why are we even talking about this?
Well, that's an issue, but I think we could. I would anticipate this being a capital project at some point in time, and looking at the overall impact on the budget, how much you all want to put in, how far that line would run. But if the board just wants to say, we support the Cox Road water line extension, the board can do that. I'm not sure if that will have any significant movement with the town of Blackstone, but it could.
So we took no action last meeting, right?
Correct.
No action, no action. I mean, if they're not willing to do it, I'm not going. I'm with you, Madam Chair. I don't have no problem they running it, but as long as there's no financial impact on Nottoway County, that's all. Yeah, I don't have any problem with that at all.
Well, to be fair, there was an open suggestion of taking $500,000 of ARPA funds and putting it towards that project. That's what
That subject did come up.
That's what kind of drawed us in it.
But was that for the original stretch or for the stretch that would, I thought the town was looking at the stretch to the entrance of Pickett, and then the county had suggested the county might look at carrying it to 460.
Right. I don't think it was clarified. It was just, suggested that we may want to set $500,000 aside for the project.
But the ARPA funds, when they go out?
That was my recommendation.
They have to be committed in 24 and expended in 26.
Okay, but Blackstone's not even. This is not on their. They're not. This is not on their radar anymore, right?
Essentially, they have passed over this project. Right. Now, I would say the ARPA, the 500 for the ARPA, was on that overall list of potential projects.
Right.
Yeah.
The board didn't pick that one up yet, or in the past, it didn't pick that one up. But I would also point out that the STEPS request was on that list, and that hasn't been picked up.
Right. I think when that suggestion was made, I actually commented that maybe we ought to set up a work session to get some of this stuff clarified, and maybe that would, without taking any action to defer anything, maybe that work session with that element in it, as well as discussion about any ARPA funds that could be placed towards that, that may either bring Blackstone in or just tell them, or they're going to say that they're out completely.
Well, let's use this motion here to defer it until we get a financial analysis.
Know what it says?
To defer.
Are you making the motion, Mr. Vaughn?
Yes.
All right. All right, we have a motion to defer. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, any discussion?
May I ask a question? Would the board have any objection that when we do this meeting, that we invite some Blackstone representatives in?
Yes, that's what,
what you were
if
looking
you're going to
at.
have a work session on this, I think would be.
Yeah, we
So
have
you
to
rather
know where-
delay the vote until we have a work session? Is that what you're
Absolutely.
saying? Oh, okay. I misunderstood.
Financially, we have to know where we're going.
Right, but
With this.
what he's asked, Madam Chair, speak freely.
Oh, yes.
You're so tired, you just let me talk. Let me read the Old Testament to you. So, Mr. Vaughn, I think what he's asking, it makes sense, let us have a work session or something first on this subject, and so if you withdraw your motion, we can still keep it on this business. Did I say that right? In other words, you don't want to shut the door completely yet.
Right.
Okay. I mean, I second it because we have a discussion.
So if you've asked him to withdraw his motion,
If he
can he do?
If he do feel,
He can withdraw it, or that motion right there could be used to create the works, or do the work session.
oh, so he could, I'm not putting words in Sherman's mouth.
I think a work session can be the assessment of the complete financial impact.
We defer this item until after an assessment. That's what it's saying, John.
All right, so that's the motion on the floor. We have a second. Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Okay. You're going to work on lining up a
You're
work
going to line up an assessment.
We'll have that workshop and
All right, animal shelter update.
So, Madam Chairman, members of the board, I have, this was written in anticipation of the presentation that you received this evening from RRMM and the CARES group. And I think it's appropriate to read the first couple of lines. It has become more and more apparent that animal shelter capabilities impact animal control operations. And I do believe that the original shelter size proposal warrants an increase. But I'm also recognizing the economic situation that we're in. Now let me stop there. Yesterday, Ms. Tomer and I had a conference call with Davenport to get a status on some projects. And their assessment was you're not going to see, and Mr. Phillips said this as much, you're not going to see numbers like you did 2 years ago. The prices are probably going to actually increase, and we might not even see relief for about 5 years. However, one of the things that Mr. Rose with Davenport said, kind of rung in my ear, is, but you got to do this. We can't run the risk of additional trouble with the state on our current facility. What I'm basically suggesting is that you can do two things. Defer action on this until, again, we roll it into a more detailed financial impact, or authorize RRMM to proceed to construction drawings for the new county animal shelter. I apologize, I didn't say adoption center. Totaling, and I left it blank, but I would go for the larger square footage.
5,685 is what you said.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So the cost associated with these construction drawings, weren't they already, we've already budgeted previously for last year?
Yes,
for the soft cost has been carried over?
Right.
So there'd be no additional expense to us for proceeding with these drawings?
Just to go into the construction. Now, after you have the construction drawings.
The drawings.
After you have the construction drawings, we'll come back to you and ask, do you want to proceed to bid?
Right now, though, we're just talking about the drawings, and we've already budgeted for that.
Yes, ma'am.
That's what I wanted to know.
Yeah, we budgeted that.
Yes. Okay. I just wanted to make sure that there was no increase because the size increased to the construction drawing, the cost associated with that.
Well, we budgeted, what, like $225,000, and we've only spent on soft cost $20,000 is what he told us tonight, so
Okay.
I'm assuming.
We're good.
Yeah.
We're good. But the cost of the construction drawings, going with the smaller footprint and then coming back later with a larger footprint is going to increase your cost just on the drawings.
Right, right.
Now, the same thing if you go large and want to shrink, and that's a possibility. If you eventually do go out to bid and you find that you just can't absorb that amount of money, you can always change your construction drawings and then rebid. But I'm of the opinion, and Ms. Estes, if you've come back up to the mic, in our last CARES meeting, we were talking about the number of runs, just dog runs, that we had. We have now 10. The original proposal added 6. This adds 5 more, so 21. I'm going to ask you the same question I asked. Can you fill 21 today? How many can you fill today?
Probably 25 if I really tried.
Okay, so I think a lot of this also has to do with the numbers that you all see in Ms. Estes' report are for dogs that come through. She's not talking about the dogs that she can't get to. You know, those numbers aren't captured.
Okay.
So I strongly would recommend to authorize RRMM to proceed to the larger construction drawings.
I
Be
move
happy
to
take any questions.
authorize RRMM to proceed to construction drawings for new Nottoway County Animal Shelter and Adoption Center totaling, was it 5,676 square feet? That was the large
I think it's
one, wasn't it?
85.
85.
Yeah, 5685.
85, okay, square feet.
Second.
All right, a motion and a second. Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion passes, and we'll proceed with construction drawing.
Have a good night.
Thank you. Blackstone leachate agreement.
Madam Chairman, this one's going to be fairly quick. And at your last meeting, you approved the leachate agreement with Blackstone. I was assured that what we had was what was before the town council. When I delivered signed copies, the clerk there advised that no, that was not the current version, that they had added a line in the back of Section 8, which allows all parties to terminate the agreement with a 30 days written notice to the other party without any cause, without any reason, since it was mutual. I wanted to bring it back to you with a recommendation to accept this leachate agreement in lieu of the previous leachate agreement. Be happy to take any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Costin?
No, ma'am.
All right, do we want to put a motion on the floor?
Yes,
Madam
ma'am.
Chair, I move the board authorize the county administrator to execute the leachate and sewage disposal agreement as presented between the town of Blackstone and Nottoway County.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. And then we added unfinished business solar. Mr. Rourke?
Yes, ma'am. And actually, some of that information was relayed in public delegations from Mr. Robert Hawthorne. It was the 3-2 vote, and we actually discussed that once before. Me and Steve voted no on that, but we spoke. Steve was not here at that following meeting when we discussed that, but I just want to make sure that whether we voted for it or not, that we're basically doing what the actions that we take to do. I don't think it's good. Steve, you were at the planning commission meeting. Because the board passed that vote, did they reject that? Because
No, from what I remember, yeah, can you help me with that, Greg? I thought they just referred it back to the board.
Yeah, basically my recollection was I went over a draft that I did, and I put it to the planning commission, the CPC actually, whether or not they wanted to do a spot amendment. I hate the term spot.
Yeah, I know.
So many negative connotations in planning with it. But they just said no, incorporate it into the whole planning process, into the whole comp plan revision.
Right, because they were saying at the 1 hour and 13-minute mark on the video, the comprehensive plan subcommittee had elected to table it until the rest of the comprehensive plan was done, which is pretty much the opposite of what the board voted to do in May.
And Mr. Rourke, if I can, for the whole board, I would say I think there was perhaps some misinformation that the planning commission was further along in the comprehensive plan than it was at that time. And I'll take the blame for this. I should have spoken up and said, no, we're we're not that far along yet.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. It was stated that the whole comp plan was close to being done.
Right, and
That's right.
That's why the idea of just taking up and doing one little amendment, because I remember I said, if you just do one little amendment to the comp plan, you've effectively updated your comp plan in your, is it 5 years, Greg? 5-year clock, the 5-year clock has reset. That doesn't mean we wouldn't want to update the rest of it. But I think there was the impression was that we were closer to finishing the whole than we were.
Okay. Who said that? No, were you here? When did you say that?
I don't know. I can't. The thing about it is, I mean, and we may have to refer to Mr. McRoberts over there, but what I heard tonight, if it was a 3-2 vote to spot, we had 60 days to do so after that motion, and we didn't do so.
But you and me said no, so.
I did bring that
Right.
to the board.
That was brought the
within that
next month.
timeframe. I did my draft, and I did bring that in the concept map back to the board within that timeframe. But at the same time, though, the planning commission said, no, we're just going to incorporate it into.
Yeah, but the planning commission, from what I gather, doesn't have, they can recommend, we voted.
Right.
Yeah.
And in the future, I'd recommend that, I don't know, that they have to, we could have done the language, the motion a little bit, not we, I'm sorry, but with specificity on the timing of that and saying the planning, you have to say specifically, and the council can correct me, but you have to specifically say that it has to be returned back to the board in a certain, in a certain time. I mean, they have to take action. And I think there's some questions about that. There's certain specificities about how the board can direct the planning commission to act.
Right.
Madam Chairman, to Mr. Boland's point, so Mr. McRoberts, basically, can you help us out here?
Sure. The Virginia statute provides that 100 days after a referral to the planning commission, they need to take some kind of action. Now, by ordinance, it could be reduced to as little as 60. I'm not familiar with your ordinances, whether that's, do y'all have an ordinance that reduces it to 60?
I couldn't say it.
Okay, well, then I know it's 100 days. And it's 100 days from the first meeting of the planning commission after the referral. That's how it's calculated. So it's actually probably 100-something days from the day of the referral.
Like I said,
3 months or so.
even though I was on the defeated side of that, I mean, I just.
But we don't have an ordinance in place for solar.
But I would say that, of course, if you ask nicely, one hopes that the planning commission would take it up and get it back to you soon.
I don't even think we're planning to have a meeting in October, right?
No, well, we did complete, relatively speaking, we have completed the draft of the comprehensive plan. We finished up with section 7 on the strategic implementation section, which is the last section of the comprehensive plan. CRC is going to need time to assemble the document and get it in order, and I'm going to meet with Todd Fortune with CRC at the end of October. And I'm going to go through, ensure that we have a lot of the changes, the same changes, because we've been taking notes, and to make sure they're incorporated. And my suggestion was that we go to the planning commission in November, provided I don't have any special exceptions. Even if we do, we'll still go there and share it with the entire planning commission. And have a long meeting. Actually, I think if I don't have a public hearing, I want to do a work session. So we can keep it within the.
Madam Chairman, but as I understand the quandary that Mr. Rourke is bringing up is the board voted to take up the comprehensive plan.
The spot amendment.
The spot amendment. And that was voted down. Well,
No.
that was voted, that was
approved.
That was
It was
approved. But I recall it as being wanting to, and Mr. Bowen leading the charge, wanting to have the whole comprehensive plan done. And now the vote was 3-2. It hasn't happened. So
This might end this whole controversy. When is the plan going to be done?
That's what I was wondering.
Well,
I'm sorry, Mr. Lawrence. The CPC has completed their update of the comprehensive plan. And since we don't have a meeting after I spoke to Mr. Perry this morning, and what we plan on doing is bringing back a draft update for the full membership.
of the planning commission?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
so that's November.
Yes, that's correct. So technically, the draft, our work is done for the committee. So now it goes to the full membership in November. And we discuss it, and I'm gonna set it as a work session, provided I don't have a public hearing.
Okay. So is it safe to say that we may get that in December?
Let's run this through. I think once the planning commission is not under a timeline, other than encouragement from the board, but if they're ready to go with it in October, the decision, and perhaps we can get a decision or some consensus tonight, would be to go to public hearing. That can be a joint public hearing with the board and the planning commission, or it can just be one hearing with the planning commission. Once they finalize the document after the public hearing, it comes to you. Now, if you've had a joint public hearing, you've had your public hearing. But if you want to do separate hearings, you could do a separate hearing. And Mr. McRoberts, I believe, even if they do a joint hearing, the board still has the option to do its own public hearing on the complaint. Yeah, okay. So, no meeting in October. Board, the planning commission says, yeah, this is great. Let's go in at their November meeting. Then earliest you could possibly have a public hearing would be December, assuming that's a joint. Assuming following that public hearing, the planning commission recommends the plan to you. 2 days later, you could have it done by the end of the year. I would anticipate January or February. Things have a way of getting slowed down. But if I could, no, I'm sorry, you could.
No, go ahead.
No.
I mean, let's wrap this up here.
Okay. Well, that's why I was trying, Mr. McRoberts. So the board has a motion that had a timeline that's been passed. Can they vote to rescind that earlier motion? What's the option here?
Well, they could always do that. I will say, how many days have passed since the referral?
I don't know, good question.
I believe it was May.
It was in May, so.
Okay, so it's been more than 3 months.
Right.
Well, what happens at the end of the 100 days is
Yeah, it's May.
planning commission is deemed inactive. They have to act. If they don't act, then the board has the power to move ahead with it.
Or not?
Or not.
There you go.
So if it's nothing you want to proceed with, then there's no issue. If you do want to proceed, you can. If you really want to get the planning commission to do something.
Well, here's what is, just being fair and honest. Why would, the planning commission is not going, I guess you call, I don't like that word, spot something in the existing comprehensive plan when we're that close with the new plan. The draft is going to come out. So, you know what I'm saying? It wouldn't even beat the clock.
Right, right.
So.
And that's what I think at this point, at that timeline is accurate. And I'm saying if, and I'm not holding you to that, Mr. Costin, because we're at someone else's mercy. I think it's fair. I think it's fair, but it was y'all's motion, so.
Yeah, we did. We voted
If y'all want to defer, because we want to defeat its side.
It was on the defeated side, so.
I don't want to defer. I want to keep it. We should have acted on it. Then they should have acted on it.
Well.
We did that in order to keep it on the table, solar.
Is that correct?
Because the way it was gone.
Well, Madam Chair, even though you're the chair, you do have the option to defer. to make that motion yourself. Ain't that right, Mr. McRoberts? Because technically, the chair here doesn't make a motion or second, but if she was on the prevailing side, she could make that motion to defer.
Anyone on the prevailing side can vote to reconsider or do anything else. Are we talking about a reconsideration?
Yeah, what do we,
Reconsideration is the only place where the prevailing side really comes from.
Right, and that's what I'm saying.
Deferral is just a deferral, and any board member can make that motion.
Because what Steve is saying is if we're that close, because if that motion stays in and Ms. Simmons is saying that she wants to leave that motion on the table, that essentially is forcing the planning commission to take action right now, even though we're that close to the full.
so deferring will
Di-
give them the opportunity to
Wrap up the whole
wrap
thing.
it up?
Deferring or reconsidering that motion? Because if I understand, I just want to be fair, because if Ms. Simmons wants to hold the motion in place, it would take a reconsideration of the motion.
I'm probably not understanding exactly what's going on.
I think I do either.
So,
The options I see and what has been discussed is what you sent to the planning commission, and they took no action. The board could now take it up, hold a public hearing, and adopt it if they wanted to. Because the planning commission didn't act within the 100 days. If the board does not want to do that and wants to wait for the planning commission to do something, then I would contact them and say, please take action. If you're not interested in proceeding, you can just let the whole thing drop.
I don't want
If
it to drop.
anything that y'all want to do, I apologize.
And see, so I am understanding Ms.
I don't
Simmons
want it to
correctly. She
drop.
does not want to drop,
No.
which means she wants that prevailing motion to be left in place. Okay, so,
which is for the spot amendment. to the
Correct.
Comprehensive plan.
but since you three on the prevailing side, if either one of the three of you do not want it to, in other words, this is two processes now. You're doing a spot amendment to the old one with this motion.
But then if you defer this motion, then you don't have, we have nothing. That's my problem.
Well, and like I said, that's for y'all three. So right now, yeah, if I understand this correctly, y'all are going to ask the planning commission to hold a public hearing, right? For a spot amendment.
Planning commission has not acted, so their teams have already recommended it. So there's no action now required by the planning commission.
Okay.
Next step toward adoption of this amendment on solar, as I understand it.
So it's comp plan language concerning solar.
Okay. The next step would be for the board of supervisors to schedule a public hearing.
For the spot amendment.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you're right, Mr. Moore, it would be an amendment of the current comp plan, not the new one. Of course, when the new comp plan comes through, you can make sure that that language gets in it if that's what you want.
Okay.
Anybody putting anything on the floor for this?
Do we need to,
So
we need
what-
to redo the motion because of the time limit?
As I understand it, would be a new motion to set a public hearing for comp plan amendment regarding solar.
So moved.
A second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
So for clarity, the prior motion is essentially moot with it had the 60-day turnaround. And the planning commission will proceed to do an entire comp plan amendment that will include solar, but it will be the entire comp plan. That's my understanding of where we are.
Right.
Okay.
Like I said, I'm okay with that as long as we're all within that target time frame.
Like
'Cause-
December, January?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, let's please move on to new business.
Madam Chairman, again, you have, this is a follow-up memo given the information that you received this evening from Superintendent Johnson and the ABM folks. You could put some money down right now based on carryover funding. As was indicated by Superintendent Johnson, we're not using that facility as we were pre-COVID. The numbers are starting to come back up, but last year's budget anticipated more activity than we actually had. We only had $15,000 worth of activity. So there's money available if you want to put a down payment now. I have recommended $25,000 as an initial down payment. That will adjust that long-term debt financing for the county. It would, however, and you have the option to put more down later and lower those down. You could also just wait this out and see what some of the other localities do, and roll this also into a complete financial impact consideration. Be happy to take any questions the board has at this time.
I have a question. If we go with this down payment option, are we entering some kind of contractual agreement without even knowing what the other counties are doing?
I would have to say yes, and that kind of comes back to Mr. Bowen's question earlier during the presentation of what are the other localities doing. So deferral, that's two good reasons to defer. One is our own financial look at and see what others are doing.
Madam Chair, maybe just for, this might simplify this for us and probably the other boards and other counties as well. Can we just task the county administrators with getting a consensus with their board and seeing if they're going to do that? And because we don't know when the other two boards are going to be presented to in the other two counties. And if there's no consensus that it's going to happen, I don't think we ought to commit any funds.
The county administrators, Mr. Rourke, members of the board, the county administrators actually make up the commission for the Piedmont Regional Jail. I mean, for the Piedmont Juvenile Detention Center.
Yeah.
And of that body, their support and consensus of agreement that the work needs to be done.
Right, right.
We can't speak for our boards.
Mm-hmm.
So it's somewhat of a wait and see.
I'll put it like this. If all the other counties do it, I'd be willing to do it too. That's just me.
Understood.
Yeah. So your thought was to commit $25,000 right now, knowing that eventually with the payments and everything, it's going to be up into 400-some thousand.
Somebody's got to be the first to step out, and perhaps this is an opportunity for Nottoway County to step out and lead.
Oh my goodness.
All right, does anybody want to put a motion on the floor?
Madam Chair, I move to authorize staff to utilize fiscal year 21-22 carryover funds for the down payment of $25,000 towards the improvements at the Piedmont Regional Juvenile Detention Center, which serves Nottoway County.
I'll second that motion.
A motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Aye. All right. Let's move on to consent items. Mr. Costin, do you have?
I have no comments unless you have any questions in the consent items.
All right. We need a motion to accept consent items as presented.
I move to accept recommendation for the consent items.
I'll second that
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any questions about correspondence and information items? Not, we'll move on. Mr. Constant, County Administrator Report.
I believe most of the items that are addressed in my report have either happened at the meeting. I will tell you that as an update on the reassessment issue, the county administrators met virtually today, and they did agree, it's pretty much as I've outlined, to proceed to interview 2 firms of the 3 that put in for regional reassessment. So the next step will be actual interviews the last week of this month. The RFP for the solid waste study is with Davenport to coordinate their financial planning language, and the RFP for audit services is with the treasurer for her input. And then I also have provided to you a report regarding the Commonwealth Auditor of Public Accounts and what it is that they look for in reviewing the operations of the various constitutional officers. And that basically boils down to they focus on state funds only. They do not look into items such as how the personal property tax relief is calculated. So that's the report. I'd be happy to take any questions you all have at this time.
Any questions for Mr. Costin? All right, I'll move on. Comments from members of the board. Vice Chairman Bowen.
Madam Chair, you know, we heard a lot of discussion tonight, especially with this upcoming election. And that's why, Mr. McRoberts, I know I'm going to have to probably ask the question. Here's what I think we all agree on. We all agree that every citizen deserves a fair and legal election in a professional, safe environment. We agree on that. Okay, I think both sides, Republican, Democrat, Independent, they all agree on that. What I need to ask Mr. McRoberts, and this is why I think you brought this up, if we have to make a change, but it's been, the perception is the recent action we have taken is hindering a fair election, okay? My question to you is the voter registrar and the people under that person, are they county employees subject to our personnel policies?
They are county employees by statute.
Okay. Even if a person is appointed by the electoral board, they're still a county employee.
It's very strange, but that's what the statute says.
Okay.
I agree.
Okay.
They're also my clients, which is also very strange.
Okay. All right.
But that's what the statute says. The wisdom of the General Assembly.
What I like to have a discussion in closed session, if it's legal. I'm not talking about the registrar. I'm talking about the employees that work for that registrar. To get some clarification why we made the action. You agree? Okay. So I would like to, if we go.
We're discussing those employees, and we're discussing their performance, their working conditions, and things like that.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we can certainly do that.
Okay.
If this board wants to take action or direct County Administrator Constant to do something.
Right. Madam Chair, I'm asking that if Helen puts the motion on the floor to go in closed session to include that personnel.
I believe you were going to craft the wording for us.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I think that we had the wording from last month.
Yeah, you probably is in here.
That was adequate. I believe it was personal matter pending an administration or something like that. Certainly, I think.
So we'll.
Everybody knows what we're talking about here.
Yeah.
I just add that on to
All right, so before we get to that, are you done with your?
Yes, that was, I just want, that was all I had.
Rourke,
Yes, ma'am. Two quick things. On September 30th, the public is invited. You guys are part of Nottoway. If y'all so see fit, come out. I'm going to host a town hall at 7 p.m. at Crew Community Center. Barn, I know the Chief Police of Crew tends to be there, the county attorney. I'm sorry, the Commonwealth Attorney, I'm sorry, I'm asleep over here too. The Commonwealth Attorney and some of her staff is planning on being there. The sheriff has expressed interest in being there. We're going to be discussing with the public, get a chance to have them express some concerns, and all of this is kind of coming up from the issues over on Bible Road, but it's affecting other areas of the county. It's going to give the citizens a chance to really voice their opinions and give these people here some opportunities to answer some of their questions in a more of a comfortable environment. And also, with some recent events that happened, the accident Saturday night on 460, I came upon that scene, and I will tell you what, that group of people, VDOT, the squad, the fire department, the record service, everybody done a phenomenal job on that scene and treated those victims with respect and dignity. And we also lost another good man in an accidental crew the other day, Mr. Jimmy Chapman, and he's a good man, good family man, and my heart just goes out to the families of these victims. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Simmons? No. Mr. Vaughn?
No, I don't have anything. Pass that to Mr. Roy, please. Tell him I'm returning his pen.
Oh, you don't plan on writing down nothing else?
Mr. Costin, I just had one question. There was a recent report in the paper that Nottoway County is getting closer to allowing Prince Edward County to run water lines all over this county. Are you aware of any action that's been taken, any meeting that's occurred that should lead this board or this community to believe that that's a true statement?
No, ma'am, I don't. The board voted in, I believe it was April, before my arrival, to discuss the options with Prince Edward, all three towns, any other entities. But certainly there's been no talks of running water lines all over Nottoway County. It's a little over the top.
Thank you. All right, so we'll need a motion that incorporates the correct wording to go into closed session.
That'll do it.
Okay.
Yeah, that'll do it.
I
That'll do
move
it.
that the Board of Supervisors of Nottoway County, Virginia adjourn into closed meeting pursuant to the Code of Virginia 2.2-3711A8 for consultation with legal counsel employed or retained by Nottoway County regarding specific legal matters requiring, excuse me, the provision of legal advice by such counsel, specifically regarding water service options, and 2.2-3711A3, discussion or consideration of acquisition of real property for public purpose or of disposition of publicly held real property, where discussion in an open meeting would adversely affect the bargaining position and negotiating strategy of the public body, specifically property in or near the town or crew, adding personnel issues, I don't know what the code is, but also personnel issues.
Ms. Simmons, if you'd amend your motion to 2.2-3711A1, assignment and performance of specific county employees specifically relating to personnel matters now pending in county administration.
Okay.
I'll
So
second that.
amended.
All right, we have a motion and a second to enter closed session. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? This meeting will now enter closed session.
make a time and a half, am I? No, that's a salary.
I'm gonna take him to the herb cottage for a treat.
Gotta go to the bathroom so bad, I ain't gotta go anymore.
Yeah, I gotta go.
Don't give me no ticket, I'll pull over, go to the bathroom on the way home, Sheriff. No, no. No.
Everybody else does.
I ain't got no mic on him.
I got mine one.
I am good.
All right, this meeting reconvenes in open session. Ms. Simmons, could you provide motion for certification of closed session?
Yes, ma'am. Whereas the Nottoway County Board of Supervisors has convened an executive meeting on this date pursuant to an affirmative recorded vote in accordance with provisions of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act. And whereas 2.2-3712D of the Code of Virginia requires a certification by this Board of Supervisors that such executive meeting was conducted in conformity with Virginia law. Now therefore be it resolved that the Nottoway County Board of Supervisors hereby certifies that to the best of their enormous knowledge, only public business matters unlawfully exempted from open meeting requirements by Virginia law were discussed in the executive meeting to which this certification resolution applies. And two, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the executive meeting were here discussed or considered by the Board of Supervisors. And three, no action was taken in the executive meeting regarding the items discussed.
All right, thank you. We have a motion for certification. Do we have a second?
Second.
Mr. Costin, will you roll call the board?
Yes, ma'am. Supervisor Boland, do you so certify?
Yes.
Supervisor Rourke, do you so certify?
Word. Yes.
Supervisor Simmons, do you so certify?
Yes.
Supervisor Vaughn, do you so certify?
Yes.
Madam Chairman, do you so certify?
Yes.
It's 5-0 being with all parties certified.
Thank you. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Let me go home and